The following is brought to you by the People's National Party.
Make the trumpets play. Jamaican people want better. Economy coming like stormy weather. Ancestors are turning on them graves. They can tell me how we can do it together. When we look at the future of precipice, we see Jamaica needs the vision of the PNP. People said the bag of promises, them can't carry go shop. And the crime rate getting high. I wonder when it does now, comrades. Jamaican people want better. Economy coming like stormy weather. Ancestors are turning on them graves. We can tell me.
The proceeding was brought to you by the People's National Party. The following is brought to you by the People's National Party.
Make the trumpets play. Jamaican people want better. Economy coming like stormy weather. Ancestors are turning on them graves. They can tell me how we can do it together. When we look at the future of precipice, we see Jamaica needs the vision of the PNP. People said the bag of promises, them can't carry go shop. And the crime rate getting high. I wonder when it does now, comrades. Jamaican people want better. Economy coming like stormy weather. Ancestors are turning on them graves. We can tell me how.
The proceeding was brought to you by the People's National Party.
So why you come to me with that foolishness, you know? You elect a prime minister, and is a prime minister run the country. It is time we learn to hold our leaders accountable for their actions and stop making excuses for them. Stop making excuses. Otherwise, go elect the people who really run in the country. And I don't want the right start that stupid argument. Hold the people you elect accountable. And stop making excuses for them.
Hello, welcome. Happy Friday. Happy Friday to those in television land. Happy Friday to our silent supporters. Happy Friday to everyone in the chat. As usual, thank you so much for tuning in. Really appreciate each and everyone's support. Remember, guys, when you come in, touch the like button, thumbs up the live, share us out if you can. And if you're new to the channel, please show us some support by subscribing. Tonight's topic is Serious Times with your host, Byron, and technical support, Anne-Marie. Just gonna remind us about this coming up on Sunday.
Yes, I hit this. I selected up on the hit list. When OJLDF presents an epic fundraiser in a tune-for-tune border clash style. DJ Kevin Stu versus Wayne Lonesome, the Renegade, taking place live on Reggae Global Radio, October 6, 2024, from 6 to 10 p.m. Early warm-up juggling by Glamour Wayne, enough celebrity judges. Don't miss the one, ya. Woolly pa fun, boy, ya. Log on to reggaeglobalradio.com.
Okay, guys, also remember to go over and support Daisy Magazine at maxter.com/p/Daisy. All right, let me go ahead and welcome persons in the chat. And remember, guys, that notification that I put in the comment section regarding the young man that is in need. Please, I'm still asking if persons who are able to can just give some support. Just their number is there to contact the mom in order to help with whatever way you can in terms of expenses or transport, medication, whatever way you guys can help. All right, so let me welcome Tiffany, Truck Life, Youngs, Paula McLean, Doris McCoy, Sylvia Chambers, Laris Beckford, Jeanette Letts, Sonia Ellis, Colleen Stewart, Yukal Allen, Rennie Swaby, Roger Bevan, Raquel Whitaker, Evie, Beres White, Andrew Fisher, Gigi Jones, Pamela O'Connor, Meline Bowman, Patel Cruikshank, Monica Hall, Maureen Cunningham, Stanford Hudson, Brittany L., Curiosity Kid, Sam Allen, G Angel, Sweet Pea Candlemax, our channel member. Remember, guys, can support the channel by becoming members. Janet Brissett, Juliet Gooden Mills, Real Black Woman, Cheerful Wild Horse, Kevin Henry, Carla Ebanks, Joycelyn Williams, Elaine Romans, and Steve. Welcome. Thank you so much for tuning in. Special agent, which is Brew. Baron, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Okay. Thank you, YP, again for that usual wonderful precursor in terms of welcoming our guest, right? So having said that, here we are on another another Friday, sorry. Right, I always looking forward for my Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday, of course, to speak to my brothers and sisters. And so we are going to, tonight is going to be really an interesting night. We are going to be having in studio later, right, our MP, PNP candidate, right, for Northwest St. James. Of course, Allan Bernard will be in studio with us, and people will be interacting with Allan Bernard, right, when he comes in studio. Quite an astute person, right? Political intellect, and trust me, has a wave of talent, right? And doing a lot of work in his constituency. So, of course, we want to speak with him pertaining to his mission within the political square, right? Now, Jamaica, my Jamaican people, let me say this. It's the situation with our Prime Minister is really, hit the ground, right? It is quite embarrassing. And we have now seen that the international interests, right, are now looking into the situation as it relates to what is unfolding with the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister is really in a deep, deep waters. And let me say this to, critical thinkers, persons who are patriotic, looking at this situation. We, the Jamaican people, the taxpayers, we have a right, because we are paying our tax, to ensure that our tax dollars being spent the way it ought to be spent. And in any civilized country, you don't want to have your Prime Minister or President that is, as what it seems, right, pilfering from the treasury of the people or the people's coffers. No. And so then when we see that, right, as it relates to those red flags, as it relates to where you have a Prime Minister where his statutory declaration for 3 years cannot be certified. So it's a grave concern, right? A grave concern. And so we have to, of course, speak on it. Yeah. But let me say this. We have the Integrity Commission investigators. And I say kudos to Greg Christie and his men, right, to provide us with this information, which, of course, we deserve to know. So kudos to Greg Christie and his excellent workers who provided us the information. We have seen, as we know it, that the Integrity Commission bill was crafted by Mark Golden and put in law by the Andrew Holness administration. If people are to go back to the electorate, the political electorate map, let me just shape it for you. In 2016, the Jamaica Labour Party won 32 and the PNP won 31 seats, a totality of 63 members of parliament. And they together, right, Bear Mark Golden crafted the bill, right, and put the Integrity Commission bill, right, into law. And so then that was phased in, right, 2018 in terms of its operation. Now, what we are seeing here, ladies and gentlemen, we are seeing now that when it was crafted, Andrew Holness particularly, and I'm going to play the clip to remind Andrew that he applauded them. Andrew Holness applauded them. The Integrity Commission, and particularly prior to the Integrity Commission Act, we used to have the Contractor General, right? And I mean, from in the days of the Contractor General, Greg Christie, right, both called out the PNP and both called out the GLP. Whenever there are discrepancies, Greg Christie called out PNP, called out GLP. So I am very much surprised in terms of after Andrew Holness applaud the Integrity Commission, right? We have seen where Andrew Holness support the Integrity Commission when they find issues with Allan. However, when the Integrity Commission finding issues with the GLP administration, and in particular Andrew Holness, then there's a problem. The Integrity Commission now seems to be partisan. The Integrity Commission seems to be unfair. The Integrity Commission seems to act out of malice. The Integrity Commission seems to be the devil, the demons in the room. Because now that Andrew Holness under the microscope, without any delay, people, let me just remind Andrew Holness of this clip. So I'm going to play it. So Andrew, if you are looking, let me remind you of how much you praise the Integrity Commission, right? At the time when you are praising them, the Integrity Commission, they weren't partisan, they weren't PNP operatives, right? But you applaud them, right? So let me remind you, without any delay, let us play Integrity Commission bill pass. Yeah. Let us show our people the evidence that we have. Let us show the evidence.
And as such will function under its general oversight. And I don't want to be giving conflicting views. It is a commission of parliament, but it is still independent. It is independent, like all the other commissions which have to be attached to some form of state authority. But the Parliament cannot interfere in or direct the commission as to what to do, in the similar way that there are other independent commissions which are attached to Parliament.
Okay. Now, let me ask Andrew Wallace a question, sir. Do you believe that the Integrity Commission should operate independently? I want to ask you that now. Do you still believe that the Integrity Commission must not be interfered with, right? And be stronghold by members of Parliament? Because the Integrity Commission investigators, right? Commission of Parliament is to be independent in its operation and without interference. Now, by your own words, you have now convicted yourself and your administration based on what we have been witnessing, that you are going out on your rant, writing to say that the Integrity Commissioners, the investigators, are biased, prejudiced against you, and you even taking advanced steps to remove the section that deals with illicit enrichment. So let me ask you, Andrew, let me ask you, sir, in terms of your rationality, in terms of your wisdom, my well-learned friend, let me ask you, do you believe that a democratic society should operate without checks and balance, transparency, and accountability? Because if you remove the mechanism that able to monitor illicit enrichment, what are you saying to the Jamaican people? That it's okay for members of Parliament to enrich themselves illicitly, and no questions are to be asked? Is that what you are saying to us, Prime Minister? Now, we have to be the check and balance where you are concerned. And we in social media, we are going to call you out. Before I go any further, I want to big up some of the social media warriors, you know, particularly our females, because our females are working hard. And I want to take this time out, right, to big up, right, some of our female bloggers who are fighting in the mission with us. They always say that when you have a strong, successful man, of course, you have a virtuous woman
Beside him. Don't
beside
stay
him.
behind. Do not stay behind.
All right. Wife, you correct me? All right. Beside him. And we have seen our ladies out there. But before we go into our ladies, I want to take time to big up Bolo VNR. People, Bolo VNR is doing an excellent job in terms of breaking down certain items and put it in finer details to you so that you can understand all the pieces, or all the windows, or all the brackets, right? He's a good analytic, right? Make sure you continue to support Bolo, right? So anyway, the Bolo VNR, big up yourself. right? So the ladies that we are talking about who in the space, right, fighting for truths and rights, right, who want to take time out to big up Kamala Wright Mongo, big up Anessa Bell Rose. I talk for the press, boy, I want to tell you something, you know, I talk for the press, boy, the leader they punch with power. Now, Antigen, don't think so we not see you. We see you, Antigen, you're doing your thing, right, and articulate a thing. Yeah, man, Antigen, we see you. So blessings to you, Antigen, and all other ladies, right? Some of them I don't even really, you know, have the name that grip. But this special occasion are for all those ladies, telling them to continue to do the wonderful work that they're doing, holding the government, checks and balance, and aiming towards good government. We are talking about nation building, building the future. And of course, our ladies are behind it. So to all the ladies, right, salute, blessing, right, and continue to do the good job you are doing. All right, having said that, let us show, right, so all those persons who are defending, and you see, we need patriotism, right? Persons who can go beyond their party, right, and speak the truth, right? And so then we are talking about, of course, where we have independent persons looking in to what is transpiring with the government and speaking out. Last week, I played a version of, you know, persons from off the shores of Jamaica who are speaking on the matter, right? And, you know, of course, they are professional bodies. So it is not like you have any riffraff, right? These are professional entity, investigators from BBC, investigators from CNN, and you know, the whole works, right? So let us enjoy a portion of that clip again. Without any delay, honey, please play this 87.6 Media.
Okay.
All right, we are getting into that. Tonight is going to be a really interesting night, you know, so stick around, folks, stick around.
I wrote something beside it.
Oh, no. This one, TikTok, BBC News.
Okay.
BBC News, not that. My bad. The BBC News.
What did I write beside it?
International.
Okay.
Yeah. All right, coming up, as it relates to getting in a bite in that.
And this is where Jamaican law gets interesting. They have this thing called a reverse burden when it comes to illicit enrichment.
Reverse burden? That sounds complicated.
It's not too bad. Usually it's innocent until proven guilty, right? Well, with illicit enrichment, it's flipped. The prosecution just has to show that you have more money than you should based on your income. Then it's your job to prove you got it legally.
So it's like, okay, you've got a yacht, but you make minimum wage. Explain that.
Exactly. And in this case, the Integrity Commission thinks Mr. Holness hasn't adequately explained his wealth, so they think the FID needs to investigate.
This is serious stuff. So what does this all mean for Mr. Holness? What are the potential consequences?
We could be talking criminal charges, big fines, even jail time.
Jail time. The Prime Minister.
It's possible, especially if those tax fraud allegations are true.
Wow. And even if he doesn't go to jail, this is a disaster for his reputation.
Absolutely. It raises serious questions about his judgment and his commitment to ethical conduct.
It's a good reminder that no one, not even a prime minister, is above the law. This whole situation reminds me of that other scandal with...
You know what? You're right. It does seem to fit a pattern.
Exactly. But we'll save that for another deep dive. Speaking of murky dealings, let's talk about that $50 million loan from Burita Investments Limited. That's where things get really interesting. So Burita Investments Limited, they're the ones who gave Imperium that massive loan, right? $50 million.
That's the one. And the report makes it seem like Burita may have bent the rules a little to make it happen.
Okay, give me the details. What did Burita do that has the Integrity Commission's attention?
Well, for one, they accepted a mortgage document for a property that, according to official records, isn't even owned by Imperium.
That's a pretty big oversight. What else?
It gets better. Apparently, they also approved the loan based on a verbal agreement with Mr. Holness. No paper trail, no formal documentation.
Now, I'm all for a good handshake deal, but not when you're talking about a $50 million loan to a company owned by the Prime Minister.
Exactly. And the Integrity Commission agrees. They're recommending that the Financial Services Commission, they regulate financial institutions in Jamaica, give Burita a thorough audit. They want to know if any laws were broken when they gave out that loan.
So now Burita might be in trouble too.
It's possible. And it just goes to show you, this isn't just about one man's finances. This is a whole web of connections, powerful people, companies, even government agencies. Makes you wonder what else is out there.
It really highlights how important transparency and accountability are.
100%.
Yeah.
The Integrity Commission needs the power to investigate these things, to follow the money and hold people accountable.
Because if not, it's like, anything goes.
Exactly. And people lose trust in the whole system.
It's a reminder that no one's above the law, right?
Absolutely not.
Expert speaker, this has been fascinating. Thank you for breaking it all down for us.
Anytime.
And deep divers, we hope this has inspired you to keep asking tough questions, demand transparency, and hold those in power accountable. Until next time, keep diving deep.
All right. And there you go, as what they encourage me to do, because of course I am a deep diver, right? So I am going to keep diving deep. All right. So remember, I said, as it relates to what they say there, that, when you're dealing with ordinary crime, as it relates to the statute of the law or the tenets of the law, right? It says a man is innocent until proven guilty. But when you're talking about members of parliament, right, where illicit enrichment is concerned, the kind flips a bit. And that's why I say, if Andrew Holness, if FID, people, and I want you to listen to me, if FID, right, done their investigation and put Andrew Holness in the judiciary, right, Andrew Holness is going to be found guilty. Reason being, the Integrity Commission investigators, this is the reason why I am saying this. And remember, this is the public court of opinion, right? What we are saying here, it is not like the court is going to use any of our evidence and, use that in the trial. That cannot be done. That will be totally unprofessional. However, the evidence that the investigators collected are going to be the sole issues that the court is going to rely on. So the court is going to rely on all the evidence being gathered and all the evidence being processed in the court, right? So what we're saying here, right, in terms of our public opinion, will not be utilized in the court, but we are giving, right, some tips as it relates to our experiences and our faculties. Fair enough, right? So then, what we are saying that with Andrew Holness in court, right, as it relates to the difficulty what the Integrity Commission investigators met as to why they didn't complete the investigation, right, is to the fact that Andrew Holness did not want to speak to them as it relates to the source of funds. This is really fundamental, and this is very, very, very serious for Andrew Holness. In spite of Delroy Chuck, Colonel Charles, and all of them who want to put up roadblock, right? They can put up all the roadblock that they can put up, right? They can do all their antics and perform all their antics in Parliament. Parliament and in the court is two different things, right? So regardless of their behavior, regardless of how they want to be partisan, regardless of how they want to speak out now and, speak so strong and try to be strong and wrong, it makes no sense when Andrew Holness get into the court. It's going to be a different kettle of fish, right? So what the court is going to look on, right, it is going to, as it relates to what I said, the Integrity Commission investigators, right, has a problem in terms of Andrew Holness not want to cooperate in telling them the source of funds. And so then this is the reason why FID was recommended. Now, there is no law, right, in the Integrity Commission Act to say to the Integrity Commission investigators that, okay, at the beginning of your investigation, you should call in the FIDS, you should call in TAJ. Nowhere in the Integrity Commission Act stating that. So then, the Integrity Commission investigators has complete privilege, and that's what you have heard earlier on the earlier clip, right, where Andrew Holness is saying that the Integrity Commission must act independently. So then, Mr. Holness, it is the independent decision of the Integrity Commission investigators as to when they decided to call in FIDS. So then, if the Integrity Commission want to call FIDS from the beginning of the investigation, that's fine. If the Integrity Commission investigators want to call in FIDS at the middle of the investigation, that is also fine. If the Integrity Commission, right, want to call in FIDS right at the space where they're calling FIDS right now because they're booked into a roadblock, right, you don't want to communicate, and they decide, okay, let us call in FIDS because FIDS has a wider scope, it is okay. It is not unconstitutional. So, Andrew Holness, where you're talking about, right, the Integrity Commission Act unconstitutional, you need to go and read the Integrity Commission Act and try to comprehend it. Right? It's not about what you believe or what you want. Right? You read that act and comprehend it, and I'm telling you, sir, nowhere in the act that tells the Integrity Commission investigators when they need to work with any, right, of those expected entities that they are to work with. There's nowhere in the act, right? Mystic Sensation is telling you that. Nowhere in the act, right? So then for you talking about the Integrity Commission Act unconstitutional, right, you're just screaming because, of course, FID is coming. And that is the why you are screaming. Now, let us get into the situation at hand, my people. Now, when you have the Prime Minister going out on a rant and trying to defame, right, members of the Integrity Commission characters, because that's exactly what you're doing, Andrew. Try to defame their character. Right? Where you appointed them. Now you're trying to defame their character in saying that they are biased, right? They are prejudiced, right? In saying that, and worse of all, right, that they are political operatives. That word is very serious. And that's defaming. So I am going to show the Jamaican people, right, that who you are trying to defame are credible people of society. Credible people of society. Right? Extinguish people of society. So then, without any delay, let us show the people all the persons who you are trying to defame. Right? Without any delay, let us come up with that. All right, coming up, my people, coming up. Let us look who the Prime Minister tried to defame here. Yes. Okay.
The chairman is the Honorable Justice Seymour Panton OJ OD. The Honorable Justice Lloyd Hibbert. Mrs. Pamela Monroe Ellis. She is the Auditor General. Mr. Greg Christie, who made him name basically as the former Contractor General of Jamaica. He's also an attorney at law. Now, me not tell you that. Me not surprised when we see them name, you know. Because me think when we come on the Integrity Commission list, When see KD Knight and Philip Palwell and the whole of the PNP officer and all of them. We never know say them kind of distinguished Jamaicans. Bro God say, I try embarrass him and tear him down and do him out. The Prime Minister is basically making the case that the Integrity Commission has no integrity. Guess who appointed the members of the Integrity Commission? Yes, the government.
Now, people, I just want to show you the evidence, right? Just imagine that you want to defame these distinguished characters, right? Telling us that they are partisan. Remember that Justice Panton was once the DPP, right? Mr. Panton is who Paula Llewellyn took over office from. So Mr. Panton, right, is Paula Llewellyn the successor, right? So when you look on Mr. Panton, Paula Llewellyn predecessor, right, and this Andrew Holness, bro God, want to class the people to say that they are PNP operative. You know very well, Jamaica, that Mr. Brogard wanting to hide what he wants to hide. But guess what? Pid is going to dig. So Andrew Holness, no matter how you beat, no matter how you try to block, no matter how you try to holler, right? And let me say this to you, Andrew Holness, before it happens. Right? Your judicial review, right, is going to be kicked out of the court.
There's a correction for the previous DPP.
Okay. Oh, Ken Pantry. Okay, yeah, sorry. Ken Pantry. Yeah, correction. Ken Pantry mistake, not Panton. Yes. Oh, okay. Let us correct that. Right? Pantry, right, not Panton. And thank you for the correction. That's why we said we're glad that we have intelligent people in the chat too. Sometime when we go off track, you understand, we can be backed up as well. So thank you, sir, for that correction. And please, people, whenever I am speaking, if there's some data that you understand we put out there, please don't hesitate to correct a Mystic Sensation. Mystic Sensation take correction because that is the way how we grow. That is the way how we expand, right? So then I love and I entertain all my subscribers, right? Because sometimes, you know, we get a little bit, you know, get the data mixed up a bit, right? And, you know, right, we get that correction. So thank you, sir. I really appreciate that. Or madam, I don't know the gender. All right. Let us get into it. So people, let us get lively now because we are getting lively and we are looking. Guess where we are looking? East Portland, we are coming to you with one of our favorite on the social media space. Of course, Isaac Buchanan. Remember, I said, you know, I am on the Isaac Buchanan train. Also on Allan Bernard train, right? Bringing these two, trust me, political aspirants, right? For, of course, a seat in Parliament. And the reason? Because, of course, they have done the work. They have been there, done that. And so then we are going to, of course, make sure that we galvanize ourselves around Isaac Buchanan. So let us get into the meat of the matter where Isaac is concerned. Jamaica Gleaner, PNP supporters, welcome Isaac Buchanan to East Portland. All right. Let us touch a little bit where Isaac is concerned. Yo, me know say Isaac gone with the one here, you know, because Isaac and a loser, you know. Isaac gone with the one here. Right, so Mrs. Vaz, prep, right? Yes, man. Step aside. Isaac going to take over. So we can tell,
Sorry guys, I know that sometimes that happens.
yes, we can tell Mrs. Ward to step aside because ISAT bound to take over, right? And we know that people are trembling. They're acting as if they are not trembling, but, right, of course, they are trembling in their boots while we are preparing that. Let's go to this one. John,
Okay.
all right. Yeah, just close that. All right, so we are saying we are coming up as it relates to Portland. Portland, Mystic Sensation is reaching you, right? We are coming at you tonight. Yeah, yes.
This man must have East Portland.
So we need a change. We need somebody with substance.
This is the man.
And we need
And
somebody
they're
to
going to
carry
do
for the young people, them, right?
great things in East Portland. This
Great
man
things,
will
yes.
great things.
Because our young people not going anywhere, right?
Then nowhere. They cry with dear all this.
I need it and make up.
Yeah, man.
So we need somebody to bring them
This
forward.
is a great representative person.
Yes.
We're getting in East Portland right now.
Yes.
Personal.
So you're happy, you're glad.
I want joy, not glad. I want joy for this.
That's right. Big
I
up yourself.
want joy.
Yes.
Man, I love everything. You see your attack the camera, full of people, man. And then all right, that's it. All right.
All right, East Portland don't disappoint, you know. Right, let us get into another clip there. All right.
Did I write beside it? Okay.
All right, let us get into another clip there because we know that East Portland is coming home, right, into the People's National Party column. No doubt about that. Right? No doubt about that, people.
I'm and I'm running for MP for Portland East.
Mr. Buchanan, is this the first time in the political landscape in terms of representational politics for you?
This is my first.
What is the feeling like?
I'm enjoying the moment so far, and I'm very grateful and honored that the people are welcoming me the way that I never expected.
Coming to East Portland, was that easy decision for you?
It was an easy decision. I was called by the people.
What can they expect in terms of representation?
In terms of representation, they will not get disappointment. So they will expect somebody who will show up. They will expect somebody who will act. They will expect somebody who will listen. And they will expect somebody who will elevate. That is what I represent. Rehabilitation, elevation, and the possibilities are endless.
Parliamentary elections are constitutionally due next year. How confident are you at this time?
I'm always confident. I drown out the noise and I do. I'm somebody that do, so I don't just speak.
Great. Thank you very much, sir.
All right, no problem.
All right, here you go. In terms of Isaac chipping a piece of his, political mandate right there. If you notice, Isaac is talking about rehabilitation, right? Particularly as it relates to people who have been incarcerated. Because when you look on our criminal justice system as it relates to our penal system, right, it just appears as if the penal system settings is just like crime and punishment. What is missing is rehabilitation, right? Many of the persons who come out of prison ending up back into prison because there is no rehabilitation method or process being focused on. So then here we have Isaac, right, Buchanan, who had experienced, right, the system. And of course, right, been there, done that. Being a beacon of light. And let me express it. Because we hear some people are bashing me. Some people are talking about, okay, He went to prison and so forth and this, and went to jail and so forth and this, and he's not supposed to be there, the member of parliament. But let me tell you something, Jamaican people. This goes to show you that when you have a ghetto youth, right, who faced with certain predicament, right, and where sometimes the circumstances, right, may dictate the future for them, right, at a particular moment, right, they caught up and so forth. But guess what? What is powerful, what is strong, and the message, Isaac did not give up. Even though he had experienced what he had experienced, Isaac said to himself, I am going to absorb this. I am going to study hard. I am going to turn around myself. And here is Isaac Buchanan today. That is an inspiration, right, to any youth who maybe have gone through the penal system, but a light like Isaac inspired them. Them ever saying, say, if a man not dead, no call him dopey. But judging as to where Isaac Buchanan has came from, he never make his circumstances dictate his future. Well, what Isaac Buchanan had done is to take his circumstances, learn from his experience, and pivot forward. Here today, we have Isaac pursuing the political realm to represent on that basis. Seriously, who want to talk? We are going to make them talk. Yeah. Because some of those who are talking, amongst them, you have some dangerous people. Amongst them, you have some dangerous people. So then, who want to talk, let them talk. And I am going to punish some people tonight. Now, I am going to give someone, a little ear play. And then I'm going to correct them and remind them what they need to be reminded about. Without any delay, let us play this clip. Today, massive JLP conference. Did I put that in the right place? Oh, that. Oh, draw bad cloud with that one. Okay, that's it's coming up. We have several clips up there, so we have to go through, right? But trust me, tonight we are going to entertain ourselves. Yes. All right. All right.
This is the one you want.
Yes. No. That is this one. What happened to this one? Okay. Yeah, okay. All right. So let me talk before you play. Take it down before you play. So we have to talk on this. Yeah, I was just going to play it, but I don't want to play it, so you understand? I want to, introduce it before I play it. Now, as we hear a lot of persons, we hear Big Mama run out and, right, the PNP gone to the lower low, right, seeking to use Isaac Buchanan, right, to put Isaac Buchanan in representational politics, and it is disgraceful. And is it so that the People's National Party are so desperate that they've gone to Isaac Buchanan? The truth about the matter, people, they are trembling because of Isaac Buchanan influence, power, and image, and what Isaac is going to deliver for the People's National Party. Remember, I am saying that Isaac been there and done that. And a great inspiration to many of the youths. Great inspiration to myself to know that he can rise from the gravel and now climb the mountaintop. So then let me remind you, GLP, right? That the way how you so hypocritical, you did not realize that the video that I'm going to play is out there. And yet, I am not going to bash that gentleman. The video that I'm going to play, I'm not bashing him. But I am just showing the people, you understand, the hypocrisy within the Jamaica Labour Party. Right? Knowing that, okay, they are now criticizing the People's National Party as it relates to Isaac Buchanan. But they are also buddy with persons who have criminal conviction. Without any delay, let me play the clip and show how they endorse such a person and their campaign trail. You never know, so we have a clip. We have a clip, yeah, man. We have a clip. So let me show you how you endorse persons with criminal record. And I'm not saying, I'm not bashing the person. I'm not bashing the person. But I just want to show the hypocrisy. Without any delay, play the clip. Play it on it. Play it on it.
Portland. Ah, yeah. Oh. I shine, Lord, I pray. I honor your name. Will. My general, my leader. All who say one God, one love, one name, one heart, one destiny. Who God bless? Drop it again. Huh. Portland. Yeah. Oh. We're going to sing it, make Father God hear now. Hands up. Lord, I pray, I honor your name, deliver your mercy whenever I fall.
All right. So you take it away. So let me warn the Jamaica Labour Party. So now we're going down into the general election lane. Now you can feel free to send back the artists there. Because remember, you know, Vibes Cartel there. So then, feel free to send back the artists there, right? To say, my God, as you speak to Andrew Holness and you see Darrell Vaz licking off the hand of Andrew Holness, you enjoy that space, you enjoy that time, right? Okay, well, let me say, based on allegation, that man has a criminal record. So let me say to you, right? Yeah, you can use him, right? Because if you use him, yeah, we have Vibes Cartel in a nice space now. So go on. You understand? We just attack the thing, you know? You understand? Because I'm go on like on a smart. You understand? So let us move in a different gear now. Yes, we are going to take over the space. My people, you know how we do things. Now, as I said, you know how we do things. All right? Yes, Carter, go ahead.
Yeah, good evening, man.
Yes, good evening.
Good evening to you and your lovely wife.
Thank you.
I'm just watching the program and hearing some comments that you have been making.
Okay.
And yeah, and I'm wondering whether or not you should dignify those comments made by Cliff Hughes, the JLP FM regarding ISAT. Because one thing I hear you say, which is apparent to me. Remember, people don't stone green mango.
Yes.
You know that?
Yes.
The mango feel ripe and fit and look attractive.
All
you
right.
agree with that?
All right.
So why do I want to pay so much attention to ISAT if ISAT never have any value? I'm asking.
Exactly. Very good point.
Because the General Secretary life call people pricky. And how them are wall up this and that. I mean, them not sure ignore ISAT, man. Why? I mean, them know him record already. So why them so concerned?
Well, they have to come.
It has to be a threat.
Exactly.
It has to be a serious threat.
There you go. There you go, sir. You're hitting the nail on the head.
Dignify their comments, Mr. Misty.
All right.
Quite frankly.
Bless
Don't
you.
work up yourself.
All right.
Because we all know that and you said it too, let me give you the credit. We all know that if Isaac Buchanan was not a threat to them, they would business who want to come down there.
Exactly.
Because them want a vase run Portland.
Yes.
So, yeah, so the fact that them get worked upon them seems scared and try to spread some narrative. I wouldn't even bother dignify what I said.
All right.
So, I don't know what you say, but
okay.
One other point I'd like to make, though.
Yes, sir.
With regard to this gag order, and to know that the average man in the street, if them commit themselves, the media have them name, they say them get charged, etc., etc. As a matter of fact, you have some people that the police say, the police want to talk to them and put out their names.
Yes.
So if these political leaders are our servant, why shouldn't we know the names of those who are up for illicit enrichment? And one positive thing I say in all of this, if they are so concerned about their reputation and they know that their names are going to be called publicly, don't you think they would have been more careful and more judicial in what they do, sir?
Yes, sir.
If they know that them name will be exposed. So why them believe that they're so special that although they are being investigated, there has to be a gag order on them? I mean, I can't see the logic.
Yes,
they are our servants in a band.
Yes.
They are our servants.
Exactly.
And we should know.
Exactly.
And if they care about their reputation, if they know they are going to be called out, they probably would be more careful.
Exactly.
Just like in the same way, they register for people who are convicted for rape.
Exactly.
The government seem to be protecting the rapists and not realizing that they are going to rape more victims. They don't care about the victims.
There you go. There you go.
So, I just want to make those points and
yes,
implore to keep up the good work, my brother.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thanks for listening.
All right, appreciate it. All right. Yeah, there you go. Yes. So, ladies and gentlemen, earlier, of course, we mentioned that we'll be having Allan Bernard in studio, our MP candidate for Northwest St. James. I remember the last time I spoke with Allan, and I called Allan a politician, and Allan correct me in terms of said, I don't like the terms used as it relates to politician, right? I prefer to be addressed as a political representative, right? So I am making sure that I get that out there and try to correct myself tonight in terms of not using that phrase politician to Allan. Allan is one of our astute candidates, MP candidate for the Northwest St. James, and Allan has been doing, let me tell you something, people. Allan has been doing a lot of work in his constituency. And I'm amazed, right? And I'm saying, just imagine, Allan is not right in government, but yet he take onto his shoulder, right? And he is leading, right? And this is what we're talking about. And I'm so right in terms of correcting me when he came on to the program some months ago in saying that he's not a politician, he's a political representation. And guess what? He lived through that, right? Living action. So it's not about mouth, right? So tonight we have again the privilege of having with us in studio here Mr. Allan Bernard. Allan Bernard, thank you for passing through Mystic Sensation, sir. How are you?
Yeah, but thank you for having me. I was smiling because I did recall saying that, you know, and I hope people who consider themselves politicians and take offense. I think I was trying to make a distinction about the importance of representation.
Exactly.
And if you hang on Rastafari long enough, you know, and when they mention politicians, Rastafari, them say politicians.
Yes.
I don't want Rastafari see as politician, you know. So
I'm
afraid, you know, and talk about political representation. But thank you very much.
Yes.
I really enjoyed the conversation the last time we were here. Certainly this conversation is a little bit different, you know, the context has changed somewhat. You know, at that time, the local government elections were upon us, and we were engaged in that process. And this time around, we see now where it is a general election that is imminent, and we're looking to engage that process as well. So, you know, the first conversation, exciting, I enjoyed, and I expect to have, you know, similar kind of sentiments when we finish this discussion today.
All right, well said, Brother Allan. So let me tell you the status as it relates to the numbers that we are addressing now. We have 1,010 persons, right, tune in with us as it relates to the chat itself, but we have more than 5,000 people right now listening to you. So you have a large group of people, right, tuning in. Now, I know that you have been here, Allan, previously, but at the time when you came, right, the strength of my channel was like, what, 6,000-7,000? Now we are at 10,000 strong. We are at actually 11,000 strong. So of course, new people come on, and so then I am going to ask you, Brother Allan, to introduce yourself to us and to the electorate, right, and the diaspora who are tuning in, right, and you know we go from there after the introduction, sir.
And I think let me congratulate you, you know, because the growth of your subscribers and your audience suggests that you're doing some work.
Exactly.
So is worthy of their attention. So congratulations. And I've no doubt that, you know, when I get back here, it might reach the 20,000 figure.
Oh, yes.
So I'm again, Allan Bernard, and the substantive position to which I am asked to participate here tonight is that I'm the People's National Party MP candidate for Northwest St. James for the upcoming general election. I'm also, you know, the chair of the constituency, and we would have.
It seems like there's some background noise in your mic. Is there a fan on or something like that?
Yes, there's a fan on. If you can give me a second, let me just turn it off.
Yes. Let us take out that because we want to tune in terms of everything what you are saying here.
Is that better?
Yes, perfect.
Excellent. Right. So I was saying I am the MP candidate for the People's National Party in Northwest St. James, and I'm also the chair of that constituency. Now, I also chair a division in the constituency, so I kind of at a political level in the constituency. I hold those two positions as chair of the constituency. I'm also chair of the Montego Bay Northeast Division, which is the flanker division. And some of your listeners would have known that I would have contested the election, the local government elections last on that ticket. I'm also the Deputy Shadow Cabinet spokesperson on social transformation and social protection, which is a portfolio that cuts across other portfolios. And we'll talk a little bit about that later on.
Yes.
Again, as a member of the People's National Party, I also sit on the Policy and Vision Commission and on the National Executive Council and on the Regional Executive Council. Again, all of those are just internal party positions that really put you in a position to help to shape the political machinery, both at the national and the constituency and the regional levels. In the most recent elections, I mean the local government elections, I was one of the debaters for the People's National Party in the national debates. So, I mean, some of those functions, again, would have been given to you based on the competencies that the party would consider you have, and the way in which you would be able to represent. And those debates, based on all the commentary, I would say would have safely won the local government debates and subsequently local government elections. I want to say I would have contributed to that victory through debates if I can take that privilege. But that's the political office that I hold and the function that I would perform for the People's National Party. Beyond that, in a professional capacity, I am an associate researcher at the University of the West Indies in the Center for Entrepreneurship Thinking and Practice. I'm also an adjunct lecturer in the Department of Sociology. And the University of the West Indies, Mona campus, is where I would say I would spend most of my adult professional life engaging in the academic space. For years, I also ventured for 10 years into the work of development agencies, work for a number of international donor partners, developing their development strategies for Jamaica. A big part of that would have to do with how it is that we develop citizen security programming, across the entire of Jamaica. Justice, juvenile justice, for example, but justice programming, justice sector reforms, and broad community and youth development programs. So as a practitioner, prior to entering into the political space, I would have spent a lot of time working with many donor partners, ministries, agencies, departments, civil society organizations, just really thinking through planning and implementing programs to develop the space and advance people. So pretty much that's my professional life. But if you ask me why I'm, the first thing I will tell you is that I'm a good youth, that's it.
All right. All right. Okay, so let us get into the meat of the matter, Brother Allan, because I know that people want to, hear what you have to say. So my first question to you, can you enlighten us as it relates to the overall vision and policy position for the country?
I think in responding to that, I would want to just really locate that conversation in my engagements as a member of the People's National Party, Policy and Vision Commission. And that vision, policy, and that commission was tasked with really carving out that overarching, if you want to call it, philosophy of the party. And what would have come out of those deliberations 2 years ago was a document entitled Where We Stand. And this Where We Stand document, it's quite comprehensive, but we would have put together a very smaller version to capture in a very succinct way, what the PNP is about going forward. And again, you can't go forward looking at where we're coming from and understanding that rich history and that rich philosophy that we would have carried from 1938 until this point. And that document Where We Stand really captured the essence of who we are. And a lot of times you would hear in the public domain people saying that, and for good reasons too, they'll say, you know, PNP and a JLP not different, the same thing. And that's easy to say. And that's easy to say if you're, you know, very tribal in your thinking. But if you stand back a little bit more and you look closer, you can see the difference, you know. And I'd encourage you, but I'll send you a copy of that document, but I'll encourage you and encourage all our viewers and subscribers to take a look at that Where We Stand document. And that Where We Stand document really sets us apart. And the essence of the Where We Stand document really was captured in the party leaders' presentation at this conference. It's an appreciation pretty much of the overarching concerns of the Jamaican people and the Jamaican population as it relates to the quality of life that the Jamaican people are experiencing and the opportunities for them to improve that quality of life. When you look at, you know, what we stand for, it is anchored in that understanding. You know, it's really looking at and it's really understanding that people have concerns about the quality of the life that they're experiencing and where are the opportunities to improve that quality of life that they are now experiencing. The party leader again captures it in his presentation at the national conference, and what he articulates is really how the PNP would govern when we become the next government. And all of this he would have captured in advancing the word change, which is really, you know, transformation. The PNP intends to transform, you know, the state affairs that we are now undergoing. And he consistently reinforces the word change. In that change, he added, you know, people time come. What does this say in terms of how it differentiates us from the Jamaica Labour Party? Is what it is that he, again, everybody applauded him for at the end of the day. I have heard no comment to the contrary. It addresses his speech at the time, addresses the question of who the system of government will work for under the People's National Party. And it creates a space, therefore, for those people to have a say. Essentially, therefore, we're talking about putting back people at the center of their affairs. And I can point to a number of examples. I carried this argument, in fact, during the local government debates. You know, the absence of people from the center of our affairs give us what we have now. You know, and you know what we have now, a system or a leadership that is extremely arrogant, to the point of, one might argue, disrespectful, you know, quite abrasive with embracing everything that challenges the essence of our democracy. And that's because people are not placed at the center of our processes. And if you listen to that presentation the party leader made, that was crucial. If you read and explore the Where We Stand document, which captures what the PNP is and what the PNP stands for going into the deeper into the 21st century, you will get that. Our GenSec highlights a couple of succinct bullet points to capture what we are and what makes we different. And I'll just read them verbatim from what he said. And it's that the PNP believes in egalitarianism, and that is really equity in access to opportunity. You know, that is something that will come out in our policies when you see them. Social justice. And there are very broad definitions of social justice. But I'll give you a very simple definition for the purposes of not trying to complicate the conversation. But social justice is really doing the thing simply because it's the right thing to do.
Exactly.
It's not that difficult, you know, it's not that difficult. And when I look at what is happening now surrounding these discussions about the Prime Minister and his issues with the Integrity Commission, it doesn't take a rocket science to figure out that some of these things are simply the right things to do. It doesn't care how you want to tie them up in legalities or tie them up in procedures. It just doesn't make no sense that you can be doing all these things so blatantly and think it's okay. That's not social justice. Social justice is simply doing things because it's the right thing to do. What was littered across the party leader presentation and in everything that the PNP stands for is we have to go back to a position where we uphold the highest principles of integrity, critical, principles of nationalism, meaning putting the interests of our nation first. And I talked to you about participatory governance. That is crucial to how the PNP will govern going forward. And again, quoting our GenSec, we're talking about participatory governance. We're talking about we involve the people. We're talking about consensus from consultations. We're talking about dialogue, not monologue. We're talking about engaging the people, not enraging the people. And when you look at how this present government operates, you have to wonder if them really adhering to or really have any regard for any of these principles. It's like every time one member from that side opens his or her mouth, either in parliament or anywhere else, is just enraging people. And it just don't make any sense. And I'm confident that the people, the voting public, Jamaican in general, home and abroad, seeing this, and just like every one of us, you, me, is this real? Are these people real? Like my little daughter, seriously, you can say these things in all seriousness and think, we're not going to be enraged. That's the kind of PNP you will see that makes us different. It doesn't take any genius to say, them guys here is different from those guys over there. And that is the foundation of that Where We Stand document. And I'm happy that you asked that question, because I want people to know that, it's easy to say, oh, they're no different. Look at us. Look at our actions. Look at our pronouncements. I dare say, look at our representatives. We are different. Yes. And you will see that coming out in the policies of the next People's National Party government.
All right. Wonderful, wonderfully said, Allan. And I really love that. And I love how you speak as it relates to the difference. And I'm going to take two items from that to speak about access to opportunity, which is very, very much vital and very much important, because we are not seeing access to opportunity as it relates to the incumbent government. We are not seeing that. And the next thing that you have highlighted there as it relates to the PNP mandate, and I'm glad that you spoke on that, social justice. Social justice. And there you go, in terms of highlighting the differences where that is concerned. Now, Brother Allan, my next question for you, right? For both an organizational perspective and a development basis, please speak on some of the work done in your constituency.
Yeah. Listen, you would have said a lot earlier, and I don't know if I want to add much, but I will just say some things in context. It's amazing the amount of work that needs to be done. And I will say what's even more amazing is how easy it can get done if you have political power, but it's still not being done. Now, here you have an incumbent, almost 25 years in a constituency, and some basic things, have not been done. But let me get to that later on. Let me speak to what I am doing from a political organizational standpoint. We have a constituency in Northwest St. James that has not had any substantial People's National Party representative at the level of a member of parliament, like I said, for almost 25 years. And that, you can imagine, would have done tremendous damage to a political machinery for the People's National Party. And so over the past, let me say 2 to 3 years, I have been investing a lot of time building back that political machinery for the People's National Party in Northwest St. James. What does that mean? It means that we are now putting back in place a solid workers group team to ensure that the work for the People's National Party is being done, both the political work and the outreach work. We have been doing a lot of canvassing to ensure that we understand the needs of the people in the constituency, and we also get the opportunity to speak with the people and encourage the people to support a PNP candidate as well as a PNP mandate if they are interested in the development of the constituency. In all of that, you'd find in Northwest St. James now that all 4 divisions now have functioning executives. At a point, we didn't have that. All 4 divisions have functioning executive. All 4 divisions have developed work programs for carrying out the People's National Party work in the constituency. All 4 divisions have now developed their outreach programs so they can support the work that the People's National Party is doing, but also contribute to the development of the wider community. So politically, we are we are rebuilding the machinery. We have heightened our voter engagement. We have started to do a lot of political mobilization organization from the level of PD straight up to cluster and division. And we're also now going to be rolling out a number of engagement vis-a-vis political education. In all of this, we are looking to strengthen our youth organizations and our women movement in the constituencies. And that's the political organization work that is being done. It is going well. Are we where we want to be? Not yet. Are we getting there? Certainly. Will we be there in time for the next election? Absolutely. We are working hard to ensure that a machine is in place. So whenever time that date is named, we are ready to contest and to compete and to win. So we are doing that work. The other side of the work now, as you mentioned, the development side, we are doing a lot of engagement, a lot of outreach. Earlier, I would have mentioned occupying a substantive deputy shadow cabinet spokesperson position, which is about social transformation and social protection. A lot of what we are doing now in terms of the outreach is to realize that mandate. And one of the areas, or 2 areas that we are focused on, if we are going to be looking at transformation, we are keen on developing early childhood. You would have, all of we hear about the issues that we're having now at the secondary level with passes not as good as they used to be, with the discipline and the behavioral challenges. Transformation is crucial. It takes time. And we have to fix the root. The literature, the research, the study, the evidence is there to suggest that if you want to correct and fix these things over the long haul, you have to fix it from the root, man. You have to fix early childhood. You have to ensure that you have an early childhood system that provides the foundation upon which that youngster will now engage in primary and secondary and beyond. And so a part of my transformation mandate, and I'm starting in my constituency, is to work closely with these early childhood institutions, the basic schools, the infant schools, the creches, to work with them and to get them in a situation where they have resources, they have the guidance, the competencies to really and truly nurture that child. A big part of this transformation, as we all know, comes with family. And when we talk about family, we talk about parents. You'll find, and again, the evidence is there, it's not me that come find this out. When the child is younger, at 0 to 6 age, the parent is more engaged. They don't leave them, they carry them to school and pick them up, them at sports day, them involved in the youngster life. As the child grows up, let us hold certain things constant, you find the parents' involvement diminishes. We have to now start to build that relationship, concretize that relationship. So when the child goes into the primary situation, it remains intact. So a big part of that transformation is coming at that early stage by engaging with the institution themselves, but also engaging with the parents. So early childhood for my intents and purposes in the constituency is key for transformation. The other part of transformation that we're looking at is really how we treat with the welfare issues that confront some of the most vulnerable in our society. I don't remember who I read this quote from, but there's a quote that I would have seen multiple times. And it says, the measure of a real civilized and developed country is how them treat them seniors, them elders, those who would have forged the path for them. And so one of the plans that we're working on in transformation is how we address the needs of that most vulnerable population, which are seniors. They still have a lot to contribute. They would have contributed a lot for us to be here. They still have more to contribute. And I don't know how much of literature you're familiar with about the silver economy. You know, we have an aging population, and we have to look at ways now to meet the needs of that population. Again, for them to continue to be productive, but also to ensure that they pay the homage to where homage is due. You know, these are the ones that bleed the trail for us. So we're looking at programs, again, to ensure that, for example, the state resources that are there in the Social Security Ministry, they have access to those state resources. I can tell you some horror stories. You might even know them yourself about how accessing resources that belong to you becomes like the hardest thing to do, because you make it so hard because other people want to say it is them doing it for you. No, that is yours. That is your hard-earned taxpayers' dollars. You have to make that process a lot more simple for those who are most in need to access it. And so we're looking at how to work with our seniors and to work with the groups that are working with our seniors, particularly the church community. Again, I have been a part of this Jamaican society for years, and I hear people talk a whole heap of things about church. And I'll be the first to tell you, say, rubbish, rubbish. The work that the church does, you and I, now I'm going to do it. Tell you that. The church, the serious work, especially when it comes down to the most vulnerable among us, we have to empower that group to continue. Give them the tools, because sometimes the church don't even know how to navigate the system, but they will, if they know, they will do it on behalf of this vulnerable population. So a big part of that transformation that we want to see is to see that engagement with organizations, civil society organizations generally, but the church in particular, to help us to address the issue of this most vulnerable population, which are seniors. So a big part of what I'm doing now is to organize those engagements and to get those engagements to begin to bear fruit. So again, early childhood seniors. And then you have in the middle that, you know, we always look at and talk about youth. And, you know, they talk about unattached and at risk. Let me just call them youth, because the whole of it unattached and the whole of at risk of something. So I don't want to go into that esoteric discussion on who is unattached and who is at risk. But youth is an important population that needs to be factored into this transformation process. And so we begin to start now to develop strategies to engage them. And I'll speak to that some more later when I tell you about the plans going forward. But those are some of the work that we are doing in terms of the outreach and the outreach part of the advocacy. But you also have tangible things that you can do. You know, those what we call low-hanging fruits. You know, the need is there. The demand is there as well. So we do a lot of things to support our children back to school. You would have seen some of those. I would have shared some of those with you. You know, that support is well needed. We facilitate a lot of welfare activities. We facilitate a lot of social and sporting engagements. Those things are there. At the higher level of the work that is done, you know, we'll be in the media providing advocacy around issues that ought to be of relevance, ought to be engaging. For example, you know, the Spark program about fixing roads. I know a prerequisite of being a part of the Spark program is to engage community. Not one engagement was done in Northwest St. James. And when I asked about it, people are behaving as if I shouldn't ask. It's not me asking. That's the mandate. The Spark program is a program that is done in consultation with the community, which is the key stakeholder. You don't just come and decide. But that is how the constituency has been run for the past 25 years. It's a one-upmanship. You know, it's a government badness kind of thing, if you use the popular cultural parlance. So you just come here and do it. And the people have grown so accustomed to this that they will say, okay, that's how it goes. So everybody now is just passive recipient. Nobody's actively participating in the process. And sometimes they choose not to participate because they don't see it as going to go anywhere. It's not going to impact anything. So again, you have these representatives now left with a free hand to do whatever they want to do. And most times, as I said, what makes them different from us is that these things are not done equitably. There's no egalitarianism in it. There's no social justice in it. There's no integrity in the process. And that's what make us different from them. That is what you will see coming out in our policies. So, you know, I'll put out statements about those. I mean, most recently, you and I and others would have had conversation about how it is that we can assist in the aftermath of a very, deleterious natural disaster. And a lot of the people in the diaspora couldn't because it was a difficult. Now the government of the day had a reprieve in terms of they said they will hold back on charging import duties on things that are coming in. When they make the announcement and the deadline was a week, so nobody had any time to prepare. And I asked them to extend it. They didn't extend it. And so I don't know how much of what could have come in to assist didn't come in because in the time that was allowed to do so. But there has been a lot of advocacy on our end in the constituents to do that. Going forward, though, as I said earlier, a big part of what the PNP stands for, or what you will see coming out in People's National Party's policy, is a lot more participation from citizens in the process. Participatory governance is crucial to us. We involve people, we strive for consensus through consultation, we strive for more dialogue, not monologue, and we engage people, we don't enrage people. That is what makes us different from the other parties.
Well said, Allan, well said. And you know what? I like how you identify all the social breakdown. And then, of course, how you articulate your political diagnosis. And then you come with the prognosis. That is really wonderful in terms of that. And this is what we are talking about, representation, right? When you have persons who are knowledgeable of their function, right? Person who can ID the problems that plague our society, particularly for protracted period, right? And you have someone now who is vibrant, like an Allan Bernard, who can identify the issues, right? As I said, the political diagnosis, and of course, come with the prognosis. This is what we want. This is what we're talking about, right? As it relates to the representational politics that we want. No bag of promise and no delivery, right? You spoke earlier, Allan, as it relates to plan going forward. Right? You want to extend on that?
So again, we have been, again, from day one, we have been engaging with people. And I like what they say now, Sir Brian, we're not here to promise people. And I've said this from day one. I am here to sit with you, have a conversation with you about what the issues are. I like the term diagnose, the medical term. I go use it going forward. But sit with you.
Yes.
Talk about what the issues are, and together work out possible solutions. But not only leave that, we go out and implement them together. What I know from being a development practitioner and working with evidence-based programming, and you plan and implement, you monitor and evaluate, etc. We go sit down and we go discuss. Yes. We go plan and we go implement. Certainly, not everything you implement go work. But what's the beauty about that? You go learn some things from it. I will go take those lessons and go at it again until we get it. That is what I am bringing forward. That's not a promise. That's not a promise, because that is you and I sitting, discussing, engaging, working together, learning together, and come up with a solution together. I know I like that approach, because you don't have to walk around and say, "Oh, Allan make that." No, I never Allan make it done. It was you and I. You're a part of it, and I think. Yeah, man. When I was growing up in Flanker, I tell my brethren them, say, "Richard, me don't want nobody to walk back at me, you know. One bag of man walk back at me. We are brethren, man. We are friend, man. The man if they beside me." Exactly. That's the approach. The approach is that these kind of leaders now, they want to be God, if you want a better word. Mm-hmm. Oh, it was you. No, that's your job. You're being paid to do that. No, you get paid as an MP, as a councillor, and you get paid. So go do your job. But you want to be people walk around and praise you and say, "You would do it." No, that is your job. And I'm saying, if you and I work together, get it done, I would prefer if you say, "Yeah, man, I was a part of that," than to say, "Allan, get it done." No, yes. We get it done. Certainly, me play my role and you play yours. But exactly. I just want to say that it's a philosophical position of mine. And in going forward in the plans for the constituency, the primary, and I'll reiterate this because it's so important, is participatory democracy. Yes. At the level of communities, citizens have to participate in the process. Not only do they take ownership of it, they have valuable insights that you might not have. So I grew up in Northwest St. James, but I grew up particularly in Flanker. And I can tell that the dynamics in Flanker is different from the dynamics in Norwood. The dynamics in Norwood different from Glendevon and Salt Spring. So how can I go to Norwood, Glendevon, and Salt Spring and not engage to understand those nuances, to come up with a plan that works? I can't take my Flanker experience singularly and think that go fix Norwood problems. No, it doesn't work like that. Certainly, I might have some precedents from Flanker that I want to apply and see it work. But again, that has to do with engagement. One of the important positions that I have seen emerging for myself in terms of serious address is the role of the Social Development Commission. And this might be problematic because I'm not here chastising the Social Development Commission. I'm here saying that the Social Development Commission's mandate has been hijacked, and it has been hijacked in such a way that it shifts the organization from carrying out the work that it needs to carry out, which is mobilizing community and get community involved. That is something that has to be addressed. If we are interested in participatory democracy, the organization at the level of the community with that responsibility has to work. It has to work based on its mandate. It can't be an organization that is used by politicians or political representatives to carry out its will. That has undermined the effectiveness of that noble organization. That is something that I have seen that warrants me paying close attention to its functioning or addressing some of the issues with its functioning. Critical. There are certain legislative issues, statutory issues that needs to be addressed that can be addressed when you're in power. And I think that addressing those issues will help to strengthen that organization and rid it of the issues that cause it not to carry out its mandate. So right off the bat, going forward, if we're going to be addressing the issue of participatory governance at its core, getting people involved, getting them back in the center, if we have an organization that has such a mandate, then that organization needs to carry out that mandate. And that is paramount, at the forefront in my vision. Okay. How to get the Social Development Commission to work as it was intended. That is crucial. Yeah. Another big ticket item that has come out, again, this is from my high-level scanning, just cursory high-level scanning, but deep knowledge of positive youth engagement. The absence of positive youth engagement space. Again, these spaces have been hijacked by so many different nefarious elements. Mm-hmm. You know, if you look around Northwest St. James, maybe I probably might send an article written by one of my friend, Yannick Pessoa. The major footballing facilities, they are just non-existent. Albion Playfield, that was once the most active playfield in the parish, right beside the Social Development Commission, is bush. Wow. In Prilos, a field that was once a premier sporting facility in St. James, football field, basketball, it just there run down for years. I can say maybe 20 years now, it has not been used for anything at all. And it's right there. You know, the field in Salt Spring, the field up in at Montego Hills, right at Montegoville. You know, right now, that field is being used to dump things on. I'm eagerly awaiting what these contractors who are fixing the road and has used take the community football field to store them equipment and so on, what they will do when that project comes to an end, because they can't leave the community field like that. They'll fix it and give it back to the community. But nobody pays attention to these things. UDC feel that even though it has been used now, since the hurricane, a tree fall and drop down in the goalpost and mashed up again, the UDC playfield is the most utilized playfield in St. James for community sports. So that those positive youth engagement spaces are no longer around. Sports is just one. You would recall at a point, youth clubs were popular. You know, creative and cultural clubs were popular. These are no longer. The police youth club are still hanging on for dear life, but they too want sustenance. So there's no positive youth engagement in any coordinated way. I am of the view that if we really think youth are the future, our youth is now, we have to stop paying lip service and start some real things. I'm looking around and, you know, you don't have much coordination of activities, of engagement. You know, we have a ministry of youth. I am not sure what its role is. And I am waiting for somebody now to go in and do a real audit of that ministry to see if it's still serving its function, if it has any useful function in the way it's constituted now. That is something I am keen, very keen on. Across Northwest and Northwest St. James, if you know Montego Bay, a lot of it is city. You know, it's town. It's not country.
Yes.
And can I tell you that sections of Flanker, sections of Norwood, sections of Glendevon, sections of South Spring still don't have water, reliable water?
Wow.
You can imagine that?
Wow, that's
And we are talking about developed space. If you look at generic definitions of development, the infrastructure that is there would not be doing anything else but city life without water. You know, this is crazy. Crazy. How can we not be paying attention to this? How can we? And we know it because it's no secret. It's no secret. If you listen to the people in the community, they'll tell you, they'll give you some, and I'm going to use this now loosely, some conspiracy theories around why it is that no water is in the community. That might surf it, put money in somebody else's pocket for truck water. Not going to evidence. But you can't have a space like Northwest St. James. You know what in Northwest St. James, and all these communities are there. They are not new communities, and you don't have water.
It seems like you're addressing the Portland syndrome. Don't mind me, just go ahead.
Basic infrastructure like water. You know, I mean, road conditions, you know, terrible. I am waiting to see when the Spark program going to spark. I don't see any sparking taking place. And I'm, you know, I kind of stay away from this whole video and the thing and go up on social media and cuss the member of parliament. So that's some way I don't think it's healthy.
Yes.
And but not having dialogue on it. Him not coming to the people, him not do whatever I want to do. A fame place. Probably it is, I don't know. But make we see come next election. You know, the point is that is the kind of thing that mash up, you know, the infrastructure. Nobody communicate about anything. You don't know what is happening and just run down. No advocacy around it because people are not in the center. So those things need to be addressed. And you have to do better with the roads, ensure that we have the water. Other infrastructural plans are key for the community, like a community like Norwood. Norwood is one of the biggest single community in Jamaica. You know, not one primary school. The primary schools that support Norwood are bursting through the seams.
Wow.
I mean, that's what I said too. How can Norwood not have a primary school? I was complaining bitterly about Norwood not having a health center. And then I saw an announcement that a health center is coming. Just like in Flank, I was complaining about them locked down the post office and nobody say anything at all, and we start make representation. And right before local government, them come build a little post office, you know, made still. But that, you know, them work. They're not interested in putting in the development because it's needed, but putting in the development because they think they can use it to leverage something else. It can't be like that. It shouldn't be like that. You know, I tell about the infrastructure already. Now, best playing field is now a military post.
Exactly.
I have serious concerns with that. You know, that was the community's play field, and the youth them sit down and look across an army and them play field and them can't play no ball. There are so many issues that concern infrastructure development. I know the JDF of a civil engineering unit. That civil engineering unit is one of the best in the world. We're just going to here to help them. And the best in the region, put it that way. We're very skillful.
Yeah.
But if you wanted to get a place to house the military because they're a part of your crime prevention strategy, them could easily find a piece of land, clear it, and put what they put there just as central as they do with the people them feel. And the people them talk about it, nobody listens. These things have to be addressed going forward. I am not here saying that upon becoming member of parliament of Norwood St. James, I'm going to tell the military to move out. I'm not saying that. I am saying that upon becoming member of parliament of Norwood St. James, we are going to have dialogue about where that military base should be placed. Exactly. And all I know is it should not be placed on the playing field. We need our playing fields.
Agreed.
We need our playing fields. It's crazy. So those are some of the apparent tangibles. But broader, in terms of the economy, is a concern. The economy is a concern. I don't have to tell you about all the narrative about how well we are doing at the macroeconomic level, how we have paid down the debt, which is good, how we're controlling inflation, I think that run away now, how we control the dollar, that run away now too. But what have been said is that we are in a better position now than we were prior to the last 8 years of government. But that has not been felt at the level of the community. And that's simply because there's no broadening of the economic base at the level of the community. We have been in dialogue with a lot of people who understands the economy way better than I do, and to say, how can we broaden the base of the economy at the level of the community? And in Northwest St. James, it is very, very real, very practical, very, not going to say very easy to implement, but it is a very interested and strategic process of getting that done without massive interruption. Here are my ideas. Tourism is crucial. If we put in the basic prerequisite of making the place safe, we can broaden the economic base to get the tourism dollar to spread a lot further in the community. We can spend an entire session and talk about what that means. But what it means is that all the enterprises that are either there or the opportunities to establish new enterprise at the level of community, those can be undertaken without much capital investment. It's just proper planning, strategic partnership and alliances. And again, the basic prerequisite, I feel, is ensure that the place is safe, which is not a difficult thing to do if you engage with the people. A militarization of the space is not going to make the place safe. It's going to make the place full of military and security personnel, which doesn't necessarily mean you feel safe. So broadening the base of the economy, community tourism is crucial. Agriculture. I can tell you, because I consider myself a farmer. I'm into farming. I have 2 farms, and we do a lot of farming, animal and crops. And when we talk to youth in urban spaces, because one of the farms in the urban space is in Rockfort, which is a very urban space. One of the most prosperous, thriving farm is in Rockfort, Rock Springs Farm. And when I engage youth in the urban space about this enterprise of farming, them ready. The environment is just not enabling. It's not enabling. You know, my colleague, Damon Crawford, as you know, is leading goat farmer in Jamaica. And when he went to Portland and he put forward a plan, if that plan was implemented, then everybody who would have taken up that plan would have had a very, very healthy herd of goat right now, pulling in big bucks if they are taken on. But that absence of a vision and that absence of making an environment enabling to farming, you know, is holding back that vision. But again, under PNP government, that is going forward. The GenSec of the party is now the spokesperson on agriculture, and he is gung-ho on transforming the economy through agriculture. Not through announcements and pronouncements, but going out there and do it. And there are so many of us within the PNP who are actually practitioners in this era. So we're not only talking the talk and telling, we're doing it ourselves. But broadening the local economic base through farming is crucial. The third element of broadening the economic base is through the creative and cultural economy. Our party leader, in his present budget presentations this year and the year before, specifically mentioned his interests in the creative and the cultural industries and the wealth that this industry can generate. And so we have a spokesperson who is looking at that directly. Well, 2 spokespersons, I will say. We have a spokesperson looking at the creatives, and we also have a spokesperson looking at innovation. And innovation can come through, a lot of innovation is possible through a real, serious, concerted, and determined focus on what is possible with the creative and cultural industry. And I want to just add something else to that. I'm not going to talk a lot about it because it will evoke a whole heap of sentiments that, you know, we might want to have more answers to that I can provide. No. Yeah. But ganja, the way in which we are treating with the ganja product now still does not afford much, if any, to those who really would have given their life to this industry. You know, my colleagues will tell you that, you know, talking about ganja as if medical marijuana is the only way to go is utter nonsense. Utter nonsense. There's so much more we can do for that industry that can help to broaden the local economic base and generate wealth at the level of community, not at the level of big pharmaceuticals. You know, that's the problem. That's the problem we're having. But I want to put that on when I talk about the creatives. And as always, in all of this, you know, we have to look at information technology and how we use that as well. Okay, know a lot of opportunities are there as well. But just want to stop there because I know I've been saying a lot, and you might want to give your listeners an opportunity to chime in on some of the things I've said. But those are my thoughts and my plans going forward. Certainly, a lot of these, you know, we have to, you know, shape them up nicely, package them better, come with a lot more in terms of how they are going to happen and the space we'll create for those happen. But that will come in time. But again, we are thinking through all of these issues to ensure that people are central to the democratic process, to ensure that the process reflects a philosophy of the PNP that makes us respond to improvements in people's quality of lives and give them opportunity to do that. And we are looking keenly and building out an economic base where everybody can benefit from it.
Okay. Very good. Very good. I want to ask you a question where, you know, because many of our Jamaican people, right, are suffering as it relates to the high cost of energy, electricity bill, right? A lot of people are complaining as it relates to the high cost. Do you have any plans as it relates to moving towards a solar efficient society?
All right. So I don't have a personal plan per se, but in looking at everything that we will be doing, climate smart approaches are crucial. And a big part of climate smart is how we use clean energy. For example, I tell you about my farms. One of the things that we put in place, a biodigester, you know, because we produce pigs waste convert into methane. We use, it's on the hillside with plenty sun, so we plug into the sun. So it's a solar facility. We have access to a spring, so we utilize the water from the spring. Again, clean energy. The approach to solar now is quite fashionable. Access is fashionable. I think it can be argued that it's becoming more affordable. So we try to encourage and promote that. But from a policy perspective, I can say to you without giving you details that the People's National Party is developing, will have a solid policy that addresses clean energy. How do we reduce this oil bill that places pressure on every other sector? But for us in Northwest personally, we are carrying a mandate of climate smart. When you talk about climate smart, you talk about clean energy. Talk about clean energy, you talk about tapping into the sun, obviously. Just because you mentioned it now, in Norwood, we are working to start what we call turf football is very popular now because a lot of the youngsters work in the days, so they play football in the night. I would call it turf football. I would do anything on the street, and they have asked for solar light. You see that? Even the youngster on the street is thinking about it. All we have to do is enable them. That's it. They ask solar light specifically for solar light. And the only reason for that, you know, is because light bill too expensive. So they know that we have found an alternative way. Solar is the alternative. So we're working on the lights for those youngsters in Norwood so they can play them street football in the night because they have to work in the days.
All right. Well said, Allan. What I want to do, I want to give the chat, right, at least 5 or 10 minutes, right? Anyone in the chat who want to ask questions to, right? Of course, the MP candidate for Northwest St. James, Allan Bernard, right? Quite articulate, right? And trust me, very active in his constituency, doing a lot of work in his constituency. So I'm allowing the chat for any persons who want to call in or persons who want to type into the chat any questions that they have for Allan. Allan is right here with us. So any issues that you feel that Allan didn't touch on and you want to ask questions on those issues, right? We are giving you the time to ask Allan since he's here with us, right? So we can participate in that, right? Anyone who is calling in, right? Or so forth.
The number is streaming across the screen, and I just put it in the chat as well.
Okay.
If anybody wants to.
There's a number streaming across the screen there. So anyone who want to call in, right, and chit chat with Allan within for 10 minutes, then we're good to go. All right. Thank you, Larry, for that. Yes, bring the likes, people, right? So anyone going there?
We have 4 minutes, Baron. I have a quick stop at 8:30. So we have 4 minutes.
4 minutes. 4 minutes.
And I can see the heat is on now. The fan is off. I can see your sweating.
All right, 4 minutes. Right. So.
Okay, there's a question in the chat.
Okay. I like the question. There's a question, Allan. What are the plans for mentorship programs for the youth?
I think, you see, this is also a great question to pose to me, simply because we have never stopped mentoring.
Yes.
It's a tradition I come up in, and this is why I'm so keen on SDC. You see, when I grew up as a youngster in Montego Bay, SDC was the organization that provided me with the opportunity to be mentored and to become a mentor. My finance person now on my campaign, Mr. Floyd Itchman, was actually the youth leader president in St. James when I was a part of his cabinet. It gave us an opportunity to become mentors and mentor others. And I grew up in that tradition. Now, coming up in that tradition, I would definitely have to pay it forward. And so we have developed programs upon programs upon programs within St. James, in Flanker in particular. In Norwood, we have a program going on there as well with Hands and Heart Foundations. We have another program going on there with Miss Jenny Corner Shop Homework School in Norwood, Flanker Resort Center. We have a program happening there, and we're looking to expand that. We work in many primary and junior high schools across the length and breadth of the constituency. And every time we go in, we try to develop those programs with past students. We try to develop those programs with parents. We try to develop those programs just with well-wishers of the schools. So a mentoring program is critical. And I'm happy that you mentioned that, because a lot of people don't understand how important it is to have a mentor to help you work through some of those issues that you can't work through. So a mentoring program is central to any positive youth engagement. We mentor them through sports. We mentor them through music and the performance arts. We mentor them through entrepreneurship. And it's critical that we continue with those programs. So yes, we have plans for those. Not only do we have plans for those, we have active programs in terms of mentoring that is going on right now as we speak.
Okay. All right. We have one more question. We have a caller for you. Yes, caller, you're live on Mystic Sensation Show. Go ahead.
Yeah. Good night. I'm again.
Yes, Sister P.
And my hours are now still enough. But Mr. Allan, I'm a big farmer, a small one. I'm very take when we feed them. So more you tell me if you what kind of pig you have more than 2 pigs for by yourself. Mystic can give me number. Mystic, me I call later. Cause me
Okay.
one for some people for Isaac, but I'm not the hour right now.
All right.
Serious, me know it's me pick them in a burial.
All right, so I can hardly hear the caller, but I hear she's a pig farmer.
If you have the white one, the man is direct. I have more for buy.
Where's your farm? Where's your farm? Where's your farm?
Yo, where's the farm?
Where's my no? Me don't really have the farm yard. Me grow them.
Where?
Where's your home? Center.
That will be the only issue I have. To be very honest with you, that'll be the only issue I have to get to St. Anne. But again, I am very keen on farming, and we have pigs, we have goats, we have sheep, we have cow, animal farm. But to get to St. Anne in China. But what I'll ask you though, is just share the number and we can talk. I can't promise you that I'll get to St. Anne, but I can talk to you and make some arrangements.
I will come and pick it up.
So she can come and get it.
She can come and get it.
Okay, great. Okay, well, let's share the number. Share the number.
So Pat, we will talk. We will do it off the air because we don't want. Let's do it. Yeah, let's do it off the air, Pat.
Right.
All right. All right. So, Brother Allan, you understand? Thanks for being here. I'm not going to hold you any longer because you said 4 minutes, so I'm going to live in the aspect of that.
Yeah,
right. Wonderful again, right, to being here and how you articulate the issues, right? And I mean, the people love you in the chat, right? You can see all the good comments that are there, right? And we, of course, open for you to visit us again, right? Brother Allan, before you go, right, we know that, of course, you want the people to galvanize and vote for you, right? Just give them two fundamental reasons to vote for you before you go.
I think I will just repeat what the party leader said at our conference.
Yes.
People time come. People time come. Time to put people back in the center of our politics.
Yes.
Vote for the change. Let's vote for the change. Vote for the change.
All right. Thank you, Allan. Big up yourself, my boss.
Thanks a lot for that.
All right, cool.
Thank you.
All right, so there you go. There you have Allan Bernard, Northwest St. James, and people. Make sure to support Allan people in Northwest St. James. Remember to support.
Make sure that
we support.
To vote.
Okay, now back in our program where we are going to get serious because we're not done yet. You know, we're getting serious now within the program. All right, without any delay, let us hit. All right. How Singapore got rid of corruption. Now, let me warn, right, as it relates to Andrew Holness administration and people who are doubling down, right, in the corruption, supporting, right, obvious wrongdoing. Now, based as it is, right, in terms of the predicament that Andrew Holness found himself in, we are asking the Prime Minister to step aside and make the investigation flow freely. He's the subject of an investigation, and so, right, he needs to step aside and stop the interruption. Now, one of the things in terms of cleaning up corruption, we have to start from the head, from the political heads, right? Because if we can't clean the head, it doesn't make sense. What the corruption at the head is going to wag into the tail. So we have to make sure that we are cleaning, right, the head where the political order is. All right, so without any delay, I want to share this clip, right? How Singapore got rid of corruption. All right, let us get into it.
Long time. That if you want to, in a sense, eliminate corruption in a society, and we all want to eliminate corruption in a society, the most effective way to do it is to make sure you don't punish people at the bottom, you punish people at the top. I'll tell you one story. In the 1960s, when Singapore was a very poor country then, our per capita income was 500. A government minister was invited by a businessman to go on holiday. Just a holiday, no bride. He and his family went on holiday with a businessman. He came back, he was arrested, charged, went to jail. After that, no more corruption. Because it's very powerful signal that is sent when you go after someone at the top. So Singapore's experience, and it's actually quite remarkable how you have almost zero corruption in Singapore, is because we decided that the example must come from the top.
Are you an... All right, let us take that away and let us get into our juggling now. Let us go to the Jamaica Gleaner and see what is going on there as it relates to what court fight is pending, right? As it relates to what Andrew Holness is pursuing. Without any delay, Jamaica Gleaner, court fight. Let us get into that. Now, people, all right, court fight, October 2nd, 2024, Holness one section of law governing illicit enrichment probe declared unconstitutional. This is crazy. People, I just can't believe that that would be even a thought in the Prime Minister's head. Right? The Prime Minister is telling us that he wants to operate a banana republic and should be allowed to do so. Only one section of law governing illicit enrichment probes declared unconstitutional. Unbelievable. The Prime Minister, Andrew Holness, has asked the Supreme Court to strike down a law used by the Integrity Commission to probe public officials for illicit enrichment. So, okay, you are not to be probed. You know, you and your minions, they are not to be probed. Calling it unconstitutional. Oh, my. A ruling in the head of government's favor could affect investigations into 8 parliamentarians. Yes, Andrew, we want to know who the 8 parliamentarians as it relates to illicit enrichment. So all of the hanky-panky what you do up your stuff, it don't make no sense. You understand? Because the court not going to allow that. You can tell her that plain. The court is not going to allow that. Holness also wants the court to go unspecified provisions of the 2017 Integrity Commission Act, given the lack of fairness, impartiality, and independence in the exercise of the functions of the divisions and the commission as presently structured. No, not the same structure this Andrew Holness did use when Allan, right? When the contractor general pursue Allan. See the unfairness though. You being pursued now, it becomes a problem. You being pursued now, Andrew. You understand? You're talking about giving lack of fairness. What's that lack of fairness? What's that of lack of unfairness and impartiality? Right? Can you imagine? This is just crazy. Those 2 are among 21 declarations or orders that Holness is seeking in an application to the Supreme Court to have an IC investigation report into its financial affairs rejected as unlawful and unfair. 21 declarations. My God.
The sound is here, sorry.
Right? 21 declarations. Right? The IC report dated August 30, 2024 was released by the House of Representatives on September 17th. Open quote, I believe that the tabling of the report was intended to embarrass and cause harm to me. Master, let me ask you a question, Andrew Holness. I want to ask you a question, Andrew Holness. Is it the Integrity Commission investigators, right, told you to do what you have done as it relates to what you have been investigated for? Did they encourage you? Did they influence you to do what you have done as it relates to what you are investigating for. You're talking about, I believe that the tabling of the report was intended to embarrass and cause you need to be embarrassed. You are based on the allegations. Based on the allegations, if they are true, you understand, it's a despicable act, and you need to be embarrassed. And you need to be put into the judiciary. And if found guilty, you need to be penalized and go to prison for it. As such was made for an improper purpose and it bad and in bad faith to prejudice an army. Now, let me ask you a question. If that done in bad faith to prejudice and arm you, let me ask you a question. The man them ask you a simple question, Andrew Honest. The simple question what the Integrity Commission investigator they ask you, right? And let me put it in a layman terms. You have wealth that your income and liabilities cannot justify. Simple means your salary and any other income that you have cannot justify as it relates to the amount of wealth where you have. Now it's your responsibility, you know, to speak up to the source and to justify it, you know. So why you put this now on the Integrity Commission, then have to answer no question. But no one to know. Then have to answer no question. You believe say, okay, you are to illicitly enrich yourself. Right? You and your friend them. And nobody enough to ask you no question. The day that the Integrity Commission is going to ask the question, you're going to come out with 21 declarations against them. Right? Where you cannot have the statutory declaration certified. Mr. Andrew Honest, let me ask you a question. Why they cannot be certified? Right? That is the meat of the matter. The Integrity Commission investigators cannot certify your statutory declaration based on there is no justification as it relates to the amount of wealth you amass, where your income, another expense, income and liabilities cannot explain. Your income and your liabilities cannot explain your wealth. So what you want the IC to do? What you want the IC to do? Right? Alleging further that it sought to impute criminal and ethical conduct to me and other applicants. What do you mean impute criminal and ethical conduct to me and other applicants? And let me tell you something, Mr. Andrew Honest. If all of the 8 have a problem in terms of their statutory declaration certified, then it's injured illicit enrichment. So then what? You don't want the IC to do them work? They ask a question. You don't want the IC to carry out them work. All of this what you say you're garbage. Absolutely garbage. If you remember, say, you brought Zara Burton to court. You understand, when Zara Burton they investigate you, you know, and you have lost the case because of them same foolishness you go on with, you know. Eh? When you back into a corner, you talk about law and lawsuit. Eh? When you back in a corner, the people of Jamaica want to know how the Treasury have got under your administration. Eh? You want to say, okay, the donations what you get, right? Where you ring it through your charity foundation. And you convert the money to your personal use. And the Integrity Commission never tell upon you. No one to know. No one answer me the question here. Eh? The donation that you have gotten, and we should link it through your charity foundation and have it converted to your personal use. Is it that the commissioner, the investigators, are they telling any lies on you? Mr. You out of order dictatorship this. A bad man government this. You don't want to hold on people. You understand? And take with them things. And that you want to defend. And the sort of government they are defend. Bad man government. You understand? Because you can do people things. And people don't ask you no question. You can get rich. And the box of taxpayers. And taxpayers be silent and take it. My. The application by owners. This company Imperium Investment Holding Limited and related entities Positive Media Solutions Limited and Positive Jamaica Foundation Limited, a charity for permission to seek judicial review, was filed on September 30. They are going to kick out this out of the court because this is a bonehead move. This is a bonehead move. You only tell people how much you are guilty. Eh? Why do you seek judicial review? To what? To stop FID from investigating? Eh? So what that saying? What is that saying to the public? What are you saying to the public? You are saying to the public that you don't want any probity. You don't want any probity. And then let me ask you a question. Why don't you want any probity if you know say you're innocent? You don't do nothing. The other 7 culprits that innocent. They don't do nothing. Then why not step aside and make FID do them work? Right? And show John Public said, all along, I like John Public a tell pound. But you can't do that. You can't do that. You are there to interrupt, there to block, there to pull out 21 declarations, right? And the anky-punky what you're going with because, you know, want FID to investigate you. Well, Mr. Wallace, let me tell you something. You could have weep and holler like young pig. FID is going to investigate. The respondents are 2 senior executives of the Commissioner, Director of Information and Complaint, Greg Beresford, a decent people. Character you want to defame now, you know. I defame the people and character now, you know. Respondent and Director of Investigation, Kevin Stevenson, second respondent. Just imagine. Decent, uprighted citizen. You want to defame now. And the commission itself, third respondent. Unless you want the court to reject the report as unlawful and unfair. Let me ask you a question. And be honest. Which part in the report unlawful and unfair? Let me talk to you. Let me ask you a question. Can you point it out? Which part in the report unlawful and unfair? You did not get the donation money. I lied about tell for you. You did not get the donation money. And you did not ring it through your charity company, right? And you didn't convert it to your own personal use. No, come on, man. Come on. So what you want to say? That the $500 million where you get from Beretta, $500 million where you get from Beretta. You understand? And I never tell you, you didn't get that. Eh? I want to know why the Integrity Commissioner investigated them so lie and I tell lie for Andrew. Eh? I want to know why they take up personal vendetta for Andrew. I hate Andrew so. I hate him so. You understand? For they tell lie for the man. You want to tell me, say,
so
you understand?
Else would them report on his truth and talk, but when they report on
yes,
a lie.
Yes. But when the Integrity Commission investigators them report for any other person, right? I true the matter. But from once them start to have you upon their microscope, them are liar, them unlawful, them unfair, and you're acting unconstitutional. You do everything unconstitutional in the book by using your 49 members to read the Constitution. Time and time you do this. using your 49 members to rape the Constitution out of them bright provision in the Corruption Prevention Act. The probe into alleged illicit enrichment, where one assets are disproportionate of earnings, grew out of its 2021 income filings that he submitted on time in March 22. You talk about March 21 and March 22. But they tell them, say, for go back from 2006 to 2009, and if you justify the $47 million, you talk about this? And this you talk about? No. Stephen said he flagged an unexplained growth of 1.9 million in owners declared assets of 2022. Additionally, this deposit and withdrawal transaction of 473 million and 427 million involving the named companies raised question. Me want to ask you a question about all of them something, Andrew. Let me ask you a question. You raised ADMAT in 2008, Andrew. ADMAT does not have an account, and yet ADMAT buy your properties. How comes? Me want you, hey, that's what I tell you. That's what I'm telling you, Andrew. It is going to go back to 2008 because you have to tell we the Jamaican people how ADMAT does not have an account, and yet at the same time ADMAT buy the property. May I ask you, Mr. Owens, where you get the money from? Eh? Where you get the money from for putting an ADMAT? 2008. Where you get the money from? Where you not come out and come answer this? Eh? Stevenson said he could not conclude the investigation, citing owner's refusal. Now, just imagine, the man asked you the source of funds. Where you get the money from? Eh? And you refuse to answer. So then, Mr. Prime Minister, let me ask you a question. If you were able to justify your wealth, wouldn't you answer this question? Wouldn't you just simply answer to the source of your wealth, how you get your money? In the period 2007 to 2009, what was your pay? What was your pay, Andrew Wallace? Your pay was what? 5.5 million for the year. Let me tell the people in your business. Let me fling out your business. $5.5 million. Right? You are get. $5.5 million you are get. And yet you have $47 million. How you justify that? Let me ask you the question. In a 2007 to 2009, you don't get $5.5 million. And yet in a 2016, that's how you come in at the politics with $47 million. Where you get it from, Andrew? Where you get it from, Andrew? Me want you tell the Integrity Commission investigator. More you go tell the court them. More you go tell the court. Say you come in to the politics with $47 million. Because you leave university in 1994. So all you take 2 years to amass $47 million. Eh? Anybody tell life on you, Andrew? However, only contended in the court documents that those conclusions are flawed. And that the Director of Investigations collected evidence, analyzed it, made findings of fact, all while combining the roles of investigator, prosecutor, and judge. Can you look? There under no circumstances. This to show you say you're wicked and you lie, because you're talking about the man them actions now. You understand? Proceed to be investigator, prosecutor, and judge. Now, let me ask you a question. Did the Integrity Commission charge you? Did they charge you? So how you mean that they are being investigator, prosecutor, and judge? What do you mean by that? Eh? The man them not judge you. The man them ask you a question and you can't answer it.
They must seek clarification.
They are seeking clarification as it relates to your wealth that you amassed. He claimed that the probe into his filings for 2019-2022 was premised on what he believed is unconstitutional. Hey, let me tell you something, Andrew Honest. You're talking about 2019 to 2022. Eh? The Fed is going to go way back. So if you don't shit about this, Remember, the water shit is going to come to your pants foot when FID go 2007 to 2009. So if you're shit in your pants, when them go back to 2007 to 2009, that the water shit is supposed to come to your pants foot. You remember me tell you? The Corruption Prevention Act, Section 14 and subsection 5, outer order bright, which outlines that a person who fails to satisfactorily explain their assets relative to their earnings commits the offense of illicit enrichment. Oh, I mean, then that must true. So at this section, you want to strike out. Eh? I still come like you take Jamaican people for idiot. The Corruption Prevention Act, Section 14, subsection 5, which outlines that a person who fails to satisfactorily explain their assets relative to their earnings commit the offense of illicit enrichment. So at this, you want to strike out. So then,
right off into the sunset.
So then, the politician, you and your minions, them, you understand? You live on taxpayer back. You live in the treasury. And nobody enough ask you no question. You say your face is bright. A dictatorship, this, you know. Right, yes, sir, a dictatorship, you know. You're out of there, you know. You're out of there to even think about this. You understand? To show you, let me say it explicitly clear. Based on what I just read right now, you have criminal intent. Criminal intent. Let me read it over to show and expose the criminal intent. The Corruption Prevention Act, Section 14, subsection 5, which outlines that a person who fails to satisfactorily explain their assets relative to their earnings commits the offense of illicit enrichment. Why you don't believe in that? You don't believe in what outline, sir? You don't believe in these premises that's set in the Integrity Commission Act. That if you can't explain your wealth, you have a problem. Eh? You don't believe in this? Well, it's only somebody who corrupt, somebody who never signed the code of conduct who has to say something like this. Me don't know, you know, did you sign the code of conduct? If you don't sign it, then that's why you have to this. He asserted that the provision should be struck down because among other things, it allegedly breaches the constitutional entitlement to the presumption of innocence by reversing the burden of proof onto an accused person who no area now, Papa Jesus. Now, let me tell you something. And that will show you how ignorant and deaf you are. That when it comes to a felony, right? Of course, someone has to be treated innocent until proven guilty. But that is going to flip when you are a member of parliament and you have wealth where your salary cannot justify. Then it's simple. That's all the court want to establish. And let me tell you, because I know, say, you understand, fire their mismove still, and you think a cool breeze. The only thing that the court wants to find out, Mr. Honest, you need to explain your source of wealth. And if you can't explain it, you're going to be in a problem. Which, you know, look like you can. You have been given 3 years. 3 years. And now you can't justify. You cannot justify it to the Integrity Commission investigators. And obviously, you will not able to justify it to fit. And so then you have a problem, Mr. Holmes. You are your minion. You understand? So the 8 persons for illicit enrichment, where you are the primary. Let me say this to you. You in a problem. You in a bigger problem. Only his lawyers have advised him that the section places a burden on me. You remember, like, look here, some infamy you want in on pampas, you know. All want go on, always see after this a line that they tell us say. This a paragraph that tell us say the Prime Minister want infamy and he want pampas. And what is something that we're pushing at the baby mouth? And he want pacifier. Infamy. What is a paragraph I talk about? Honestly, his lawyers have advised him that the section places a burden on me to prove an essential element of the offense of illicit enrichment. That is the wealth element. Well, what is a paragraph I tell you say? That Andrew Holness want pacifier, infamil, and pampas.
But
No.
his lawyers are advising him correctly because they're telling him now that the burden of proof is on him to prove
Exactly.
that he is innocent.
Exactly. However, he said the problem is compounded by the fact that the respondents already had the sum that I was required to explain, but failed to disclose it to me so that I could adequately respond or cause representation to be made on my behalf to resolve the matter. Oh, year after
3 years.
After 3 years. Oh, year I want joke on this. A joke on this year. In its annual report for 2023 to 2024, released in July, the IC revealed that 8 lawmakers were being probed for illicit enrichment, 2 more than the previous year. Take that away, honey. Take that away. Now, just imagine, my Jamaican people, when I think that it could get any worse, you understand? You know who jump out and I defend him? The person who jump out and I defend him, the Prime Minister, is none other than the Deputy Prime Minister, right? Who landed on a WikiLeaks report. You understand? Where WikiLeaks, they accuse him of drugs and gun transshipment. So then what you expect? What do we expect? When you have the Deputy Prime Minister, you understand, who WikiLeaks accused in drugs running, right? And other illicit behavior. Let us, don't waste any time. Let us show the people, right? Jamaica Green. Chang justify call for review IC legislation. And that, because what? Nobody enough investigator now. Well, me I want tonight. Now, dear people, look at this worthlessness. And this is why we talk about, you understand, this Andrew Holness and his administration. Right? We need to see the back of them. Chang justify cards for a review of IC legislation. Right? It is normal, said Dr. Chang, for a periodic assessment to be done and amendments made as needed. We have a record of passing legislations, but also reviewing them in time to make them more effective. No, in time to make them what? More friendly. You understand, to your activities. You understand, to your to the administration criminal activities. You don't want to soften it, to make it more friendly, and to take ambiguity out of them. What kind of ambiguity out of them? You don't want to take checks and balance out of them. We can read it properly. You know. It is checks and balance them want to take out of them. No ambiguity. We know we are not perfect. Yet you're not perfect. You know that you're not perfect. And no one is perfect. So nobody is trying to diminish the Integrity Commission. That's exactly what I'm trying to do. That's exactly what you are trying to do. You and your administration, right? Where Andrew Holness is leading the campaign against the Integrity Commission. You understand? Because of what? Because of what? Because he's been investigated. All we are saying is we look at the legislation and see if it is really right. What do you mean really right? What about the legislation is wrong? What about the legislation is wrong? Why not point them out? Why not point them out? That the judgment I will not give you from a platform. Yeah, because you know, say damn blasted. You understand? Tricky, devious, like an artist. You understand? Now, let me talk to you, you know, because I'm going to touch all of SS Elliott. You know. You understand? Mr. Richard Nigel Clark going to the House of Parliament and tell lie. Oh, X amount of people get back their money. All of them something there. When Nigel Clark lie Nigel Clark telling a parliament, right? Talking about 80% of the people in a SSL get back their money. All of that a lie, Nigel Clark telling them. All right. He cited reviews of Firearm Act at the Modernized Criminal Justice Suppression of Criminal Organization Amendment Act 2021. Come on, we call the anti-gang legislation as example to prove his point. All we are saying is just look at the law as it stands and we leave that to them. No, that's why we don't want no impeachment. Eh? We don't want no impeachment. We don't want to be impeached. When we don't have no, you know, the moral aptitude is so lacking. Right? No ethics. Your ethical responsibility is gone, is missing. Right? He added last week, the Prime Minister also called for a review of laws governing the IC to prevent the entity from being politicized. No. Let me ask this question. Well, I just, so I'm sorry for the IC. People, I'm not lie. I'm sorry for the IC. The predicament of the IC, All what the IC are doing are them working. The IC are carry out them working. You understand? It seems as if the IC tell this man have to go do him do. It seems as if it is the IC who tell them to go respond, to get involved in them corruption. You understand what I deal with? No. I ask Jamaican people this question. When you don't hear them a revelation, you don't really go vote for any one of them. No. Me want to ask every Jamaican, seeing them revelation, are you going to vote for any one of them? You don't want no checks and balance. Eh? These are criminal-minded people who only made the recommendation in a personal statement to Parliament after the IC's probe into his statutory declaration for the year 2019-2022 because the IC not a probe. The IC shouldn't probe. Right? And if the IC probe, the IC should have just look, you understand, and see the wrongdoing and keep them out silent and not say nothing. You see what they go on, people? You see the slackness what they go on here? Along with the ruling of the IT Director of Corruption Prosecution, we're tabling the House. The ICDCP concluded that there was not enough evidence that owners deliberately sought to mislead the IC when he failed. You see the corruption prosecutor. You see the corruption prosecutor, Prince Kamika. Yeah? Let me tell you something, you know. Let me just reserve my opinion about you. Right? About you. Now, while the ICDCP concluded that there was no unexplained growth in the Prime Minister's wealth when his assets and liabilities for the year 2021 were examined, note was made of what happened to be unexplained growth in a company set up by owners. The report said the company's net worth of just over 1,930,000 cannot without more be justified by known income and liabilities. Now, let me tell you something. Prince Kamika, you may talk. You understand? You just stay to back until FID done them investigation. You understand me, I deal with? Yes. According to the investigation report, the DI was hindered in his attempt to fully resolve the issue on the basis of owners' refusal. See that? So then let me ask you a question, Mr. Owners. Why you refuse to answer the necessary questions being asked about the wealth that you amass? Eh? Why you refuse that? And then you want to put everything on the Integrity Commission as if, you know, they are not fair, right? Them partial, them bias. You understand? They are acting unconstitutional. No, this is really upsetting to really think of it. While I have not had a chance to fully review the specifics of their calculation, just on a cursory review, I have seen an error in figures they have used in their calculation. He said then. Now let me tell you something. You're talking about 2021. I'm telling you, Andrew. Spin is going between the period 2007 to 2009. You have to tell the Jamaican people how much get them money there to buy up the properties them. Where get them money there from? You're talking about 2021. Eh? We now look here. Don't try to distract the investigation. Because we are not going to only focus on the 2021. So the argument around the 2021, let me tell you from now. We don't go back as way back between the window 2007 to 2009. Oh, yeah, man. The opposition People's National Party has been strident in its cause for our owners to step aside as leader of the country. And of course, the man needs to step aside. You are the subject of an investigation, Andrew. You need to step aside. All right, please take this document away. All right. People, let us get into our next clip. We have a right to know the truth. We have a right to know the truth. Right? People have a right to know the truth. Where do you take this thing for?
Ready?
Yes.
Welcome back to another video.
Mr. Chuck, and surely people do know that if you're going to be investigating accounts sometimes and investigating transactions, it's something that often takes several years. So on the one hand, we're hearing the commission criticize for the length of time it's taken. And then on the other hand, we're hearing people saying, you know, how you never done.
So exactly, Dion, they have an MOU with the FID from 2021. They could easily have asked the FIU instead of some international experts to assist them with the investigation. But they wait until they submit the report to send it to the FID, and the FID is like to continue investigation right up to after the general election. Is that fair to the government and the Jamaica Labour Party that you should be asking the FID to investigate something that could have been done before you table the report? To me, it doesn't make sense, and that is why we don't support the matter going to the FID. That could take, as you're quite right to say, years before it comes to a conclusion. And in fact, suppose the FID, did they give the FID a timeline that we ask you within a month or 3 months to report? And if the FID did, in fact, come back and report within 3 months, then there's nothing there. Is it going to ask the FBI and the Interpol to do further investigation? I mean, this to my mind, we have provided the IT with enough resources to do all your investigation. And it seems to me, and I'm very, very, very concerned that with all the money we have provided the IC to do its investigation, it sends a report to Parliament that is incomplete.
Take him away.
I'm very disappointed.
Take him away. I don't want to hear nothing from this. I don't know what to class him. Take him away. Right? So, okay, you're spending, as according to you, you're spending all of this money, you understand, on the Integrity Commission, right? To investigate other people, but not your government. From the moment that they are going to investigate in your government, they should come under that scrutiny. You understand? That is what you're saying. Now, let me ask you a question. Where in the Integrity Commission Act? I want to ask you a question. One name again? Delroy Chuck. I want to ask you a question, Delroy Chuck. spare in the Integrity Commission Act that tell the Integrity Commission investigators that they have to call in FID at the beginning of their investigation or the middle of their investigation or near the end of their investigation. You want to come out and show the people where that is in the Act, because that is not in the Act. You understand? The Integrity Commission investigators can call in FID or any respective member who, you understand, can do the investigation, right? At any time, the Constitution, the law give them that authority. They can call them in at any stage. So Delroy Chuck, you need to get that in your head. Now let us go to the corruption doubling down as it relates to Jamaica Labour Party administration. Read this for me. Law amendment to facilitate DPP rules. Let us go on the government website and show the amendment that they are making. Unbelievable, people. Read it.
From beginning. Okay, so this is dated October 2nd, 2024, and it's law amended to facilitate membership of DPP on Rules Committee of Supreme Court. So they're positioning themselves from early. The House of Representatives on Tuesday, October 1, passed the Judicature Rules of Court Amendment Act 2024, which will facilitate membership of the Director of Public Prosecutions on the Rules Committee of the Supreme Court. The legislation was piloted by Minister of Justice Delroy Chuck. In his remarks, Mr. Chuck said the promulgation of the Judiciary Rule of Court Act 1961 resulted in the establishment of the Rules Committee of the Supreme Court, which has the function of making rules of court that regulate and prescribe the procedure and the practice that is to be followed in the Supreme Court and the Court of Appeal. He stated that the Rules Committee currently consists of the Chief Justice, the President of the Court of Appeal, a judge of the Supreme Court designated by the Chief Justice, the Attorney General, the Director of State Proceedings, and 5 attorneys at law in private practice that are appointed by the Minister of Justice on nomination by the Bar Council. Quote, based on this legislative prescription, it is important to note that the holder of the office of the Director of Public Prosecutions has been excluded from the membership of the committee, Mr. Chuck said.
All right, take it away. Don't read anything more. Take it away. Let me talk to Delroy Chuck. Talk to the people. Now, Mr. Delroy Chuck, you want to put the DPP Paula Llewellyn, right? R. Thompson, right, on your on the Rules Committee. You know the reason, you know. You know the reason. The reason because, guess what? They are there to protect the criminal status quo of the Jamaica Labour Party. We're going to show you evidence tonight. We are going to show you evidence. They are there. So having either Paula or Thompson, right, on the Rules Committee, you guarantee that, okay, all right, it's a vote where to support, you understand, the criminal status quo of the Jamaica Labour Party. No, that's a bad move. So let us show you, right, why the reason why you're drafting for Paula Llewellyn. Now, I am going to play a clip to show the entire world as it relates to Paula Llewellyn biasness. The reason why I'm going to play the clip is for people to understand Paula Llewellyn awareness, knowledge of the law. We have seen where Jamaica Labour Party, members of parliament and affiliates, whenever they make any breach, 2 things being executed by the corruption prosecutor and the DPP: statute of limitation and abuse of process. Now, why you think I am going to play this clip is to show you that Paula Llewellyn really knowledgeable. And if she knowledgeable about statute of limitation and abuse of process, then why you don't act expeditiously, right? Why you don't act, right, in terms of working with investigators, right, to make sure that you have a solid case in having the evidence and proceed in a timely manner to execute and make sure that, okay, you still stay within the guardrails of not breaching statute of limitation or abuse of process. Why have you not done that? But Paula, we hear you at the seminar, you know, the brags, you know, the talk about financial crime, and I tell we that the prosecutor and the investigators need to work together. So then if the prosecutor and the investigators need to work together, where are you as it relates to Andrew Holness? You understand? And with the contracts that were awarded. Where are you in those early days? You came in 2008, you know, and could execute, you know. So where were you? The crime period was 2006 to 2009. So you sit down, relax and wait, but without any delay, let me show the people what you are saying. Right? And where you are acting to the contrary when it comes to Jamaica Labour Party administration. Without any delay, let us play this. Let us play out Paula. Out of one side of his mouth, out of one side of her mouth, is saying that the prosecution and the investigators need to work together to solve a case. And when it comes for Paula Llewellyn to do that, Paula Llewellyn take care of herself. Wanna come listen to her. People wanna come listen to Paula. Yeah. Play.
Thank you very much. Good morning, all distinguished participants, distinguished presenters. Young man, the only thing you forgot was Paula Vanessa Llewellyn. I love my middle name. I think that this conference has come at a very good time in our history. And of course, we know the big elephant that is in the room, but none of us here should be intimidated by it, because it's a conference like this that helps to reaffirm, reassure all of us that we are capable. And one of my favorite phrases, that after this conference, our testicular fortitude will be further entrenched to meet the challenges. Now, prosecuting financial crimes, I understand I have about 20 minutes, so I'm going to go through quickly. Okay. Who is the prosecution? The prosecution means not just the prosecutors who appear in court, but includes persons such as police officers and other state officials connected with the investigation and conduct of the case against the accused person. And this was reformulated by Mr. Justice Panton in the Jamaican Court of Appeal in a case involving a police officer as the accused, Harry Daly, and the Queen. So it means that even though the investigator may think, this information here that I've gathered, this statement, this video, this CCTV reel, it's not relevant. If the prosecution does not disclose it at a later date, that non-disclosure after a conviction in the Court of Appeal and the Privy Council, we can pay the penalty for it and the conviction will be quashed. So we are joined at the hip, the investigator and the prosecutor, to make the prosecution. So we have prosecutors being the clerk of courts in the parish court, prosecutors in the DPP's office, Crown Counsel. We have prosecutors with state agencies like MOCA, FID, Integrity Commission, and we have any external attorney who has a fiat from me to prosecute. Now, how does the prosecutor prosecute? It is a wise and prudent prosecutor who makes sure that, especially in technical cases, you have case collaboration and case consultation with the investigator. It is an even more intelligent, astute, and wise investigator who makes sure that they never ever subjugate their common sense to that demon ego. And excess of ego will neutralize common sense, because ultimately, even if you gather all the evidence that you believe is relevant, if certain things are...
Take her away. Here is Paul Allen. It is a wise and prudent prosecutor work in collaboration with the investigator to successfully prosecute a case. Well, people, Paula Llewellyn brags about her testicular fortitude. Let us test Paula Llewellyn testicular fortitude in this case that I'm going to present. I'm going to show people that Paula Llewellyn is saying that when it comes to certain cases, particularly high-profile cases, right? The prosecutor and the investigator must work at the hip, work together, and ensure that they put the case together, right? And work in a collaborated way. People, let us look on the next case. Without any delay, let us look on the next case, people. Let us test Paula Llewellyn testicular fortitude in the next case. Let us test her testicular fortitude. All right. Come on, people. Look at test Paula Llewellyn testicular fortitude. This is what the paper is saying. The Gleaner. Too late to charge NWC president and his wife. This published Thursday, January 11, 2024. Right? Here, Paula Llewellyn said it's a prudent prosecutor. So should we say, after we finish reading this, that Paula Llewellyn is saying that she's not prudent? All right, we can move on. President of the State-owned National Water Commission, NWC, Dr. Mark Barnett, and his wife, Annette, appear to have escaped criminal prosecution over alleged breaches of an environmental permit for their St. Andrew Development Project. That's why I don't want Paula Llewellyn, you understand, as it relates to sit on the committee, the Rules Committee. A ruling by the country's prosecutorial authority noted that allegations of irregularities made against the Barnetts supports the laying of criminal charges against them. Hold on. I know we have said that, Paula Llewellyn has said this, Let me read it over. This is what Paula Llewellyn is saying. A ruling of the country's prosecutorial authority noted that allegations of irregularity made against the Barnett supports the laying of criminal charges against them. But here are conjunction now. We should know that but is a conjunction. Said, the passage of time has made the case statute bar. So then, Paula Llewellyn, let me ask you a question. Why you never use up your testicular fortitude? Knowing that you and the investigator should have worked together and know that if that takes too long, the case is going to statute bar. But you wait conveniently until such time that you now come out and said, yes, they have regularity. Yes, and you support the laying of charges. But, said the passage of time has made case statute bar. A case is statute bar when the time frame stipulated in law for it to be placed before the court has expired. Take that away. I'm going to show the corruption. Take that away. I only show the corruption. Now, you have been questioned about your behavior, Father Louis. Right? People are fed up with your behavior. You have your prosecutorial counterparts who are fed up with you and challenge you as it relates to your benefit. Right? And of course, obviously, trying to protect the Jamaican Labour Party administration corruption status quo. Now, let us get into this matter again. Parallel Mystic Sensation is still testing your testicular fortitude. Let us see how your testicular fortitude works in the next case. Let us see how that testicular fortitude works in the next case. Yes, so after Nigel Clark tell me a lie that the FBI is investigating, use of taxpayer money and get crawl. And so then crawl and feed, done their investigation. The expert that the Jamaica Labour Party administration seek to come in and do their investigation, but they did not cover up the investigation. They recommended charges for who to be charged. But Nigel Clark and Paula Llewellyn, right, sits on the report and doesn't want it to be published. Doesn't want Jamaican people to know about who are the persons and crawl recommended to be charged. So this is the height of corruption, and this is why Delroy Chuck, you want Paula Llewellyn to sit on the Rules Committee. Let me bring it out for the people and show the people of the corruption. DPP Llewellyn, Clark trade words with Golden and SSL fraud probe. Now people make a read tonight. Mid a clash of words between opposition leader Mark Golden and finance and the public service minister Dr. Nigel Clark, the old hypocrite, over the perceived slow pace of the ongoing probe into the multi-billion-dollar fraud at Stocks and Security Limited SSL. The Director of Public Prosecution, DPP, Paula Llewellyn, has said her office cannot sacrifice now accuracy on the altar for expediency. But tell you, know, the woman I know. But tell you, know, how conveniently she used the law in supporting who she needs to support. How biased she is. Now, sacrifice accuracy on the altar of expediency. You never consider that in a Vibes Cartel case. Did you consider that you need to be accurate over expediency in a Vibes Cartel case? No, you never consider that. Even when you established that there was a tampered jury, you said, "Damn driver." You said, "Damn driver." Don't stop at all. Even when you get and no say there's a tampered jury in a driver in a Vibes Cartel case, what you say to the driver? What you say to the judge? "Damn driver, don't stop at all." Here you come now. Here you come now because the big man involved in this, Andrew Wallace have your account in this. But since Andrew Wallace have your account in this, hear what you say, yourself? Paula Llewellyn has said her office cannot sacrifice accuracy on the altar of expediency. big old dirty hypocrite. In fact, Llewellyn said her office reserves the right to make an independent assessment of the case in a timely manner. So then why never do it in a vice cartel case? Eh? Yes, you're a big old dirty hypocrite. She underscored in a statement on Friday that her office is still awaiting outstanding documents from the Financial Investigation Division FID. This is a big lie, people, no go stop. When me they tell you it's a big lie, this is a big lie. Make a reason, people. FID and Crawl had done their investigation and completed it. Members of Crawl are the forensic expert. You understand? So then now, Paula Llewellyn, let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. Let me fix sensation ask you a question. So are you saying to us right here that you are more financial expert than Crawl and FID? Because Crawl is the financial expert. Crawl is the forensic expert. So if Crawl and FID complete the investigation, why you ask them for more document for? Tell me why you ask them for more document for when you get a comprehensive report. Therefore, it cannot make a ruling in cases of this nature without the file being completed. The file completed and sent to your office. The file already completed, Paula, and sent to your office. Though we understand and share the concerns of all well-thinking members of the public to hold criminal offenders to account in financial crimes, we cannot sacrifice accuracy and quality preparation and the altar of expediency, declared Llewellyn, because what? You know what? The people them know who involved with the people them money in a SSL. SSL wasn't doing any investment. And we see people we see some people, they get returns from them investment. You know what? I can come tell me how that go Paula Llewellyn. Right? And only Andrew Owen get return for investment, you know. Although I'm not talk the part there, you know, and only Andrew Owen get return for return on his investment, you know. And no investigator, no question clustering, you know. Even when the wealth advisor said, look here, it is clustering, tell me what he said. No, clustering, no questioning. And you don't run up in a seminar to talk about your testicular fortitude. Why you don't use a testicular fortitude on this? Her comments followed accusation by Golden that the DPP's office has been dragging its feet. Yes, brother Golden. Yes, Mark. Yes, Mark, you're right. The DPP, they're dragging foot. The DPP dragging its feet on the case. Mark Golden is right. In completing his budget debate presentation outside Garden House on Tuesday following a walkout by the government members, Golden questioned the lack of information from the DPP office on the case. If you don't put it, Mark Jean, sit down on it. She sit down on it. You understand? She don't want to reveal the nasty corruption. You understand? Between Nigel Clark, Andrew Wallace, and you Prosperity. I know Bull can get back in money. I now run out in the media. They tell the media on give about 80% of the SSL investors back their money on a lie. Nobody no get back no money. They are wicked. Gene and Panton, a former employee at the SSL, is the only person to have been charged in relation to the multi-billion-dollar fraud probe. Now, Nigel Clark said he's not going to leave any stone unturned. He not even look on them. He not even look on his stone them moment. You understand? Nigel Clark said he's not going to leave any stone unturned. And he don't look on one of the stone. No one lift up on God, left the problem. Nigel Clark, they get up, they lift up and run, left the problem. You understand? After him tell the people them line. Then go give back the people them their money, you know. Nobody don't get back no money. Wicked and lie, man. Wicked. Jamaica's iconic global track star, the Honorable Usain Bolt, and many other innocent investors were carried down in the scandalous SSL fiasco, and we can't hear anything about charges being brought against the responsible culprits. The culprits, take that away, Oni. Take that away. And let me slap them. Let me slap them with the last clip for the night to show the corruption at the epicenter of the corruption. I am going to show tonight. Because this is a man about broader than sharpshooter. And this is a man that they dare not to touch him. Because this is the man who set the order of the day. They only show the Jamaican people the corruption we don't involve in. You get me? You understand? This other thing that I'm going to show. You can't touch him.
Okay, all right.
Because him back broader than sharpshooter. So you can't touch him. And yet, the crime is so plain, so explicit. This came the Jamaica Labour Party administration. So then, now, let us look at this clip. And first, before I play this clip, I want to big up Teach Them, right? Because this is a Teach Them presentation. Teach Them had done his hard work on it. So I'm just using the clip for reference, right? And I, when Teach Them present something, so it's well presented from Teach Them. So Teach Them, big up yourself. People, right, can go over and support Teach Them channel same way because, Teach Them do quality work. You understand? And we love that. But let us play this clip. You understand, from Teach Them. You understand, showing the epicenter of the criminality and the corruption in the Jamaica Labour Party administration. Look at this. So I want to know if the DPP not aware of this case, and if the DPP is not going to use our testicular fortitude in this case. Play the clip on it.
Emerged in late April that attorney at law Patrick Bailey had been suspended from practice by the General Legal Counsel. After being found guilty of professional misconduct, it came as no surprise to many. As to say that Mr. Bailey has had a checkered past would be greatly understating it.
Teach them! Always make sure the message reach them!
In this latest checkmark against the attorney, the GLC made a disclosure that the order, which took effect on the 13th of April, was made by a panel of its disciplinary committee after hearing evidence of a complaint brought against Bailey by one Melissa Golding. The GLC said Bailey was ordered to make restitution to Golding in the sum of 190,000 Jamaican dollars and cost of $20,000 to her, as well as $20,000 to the GLC. The council also said that Bailey is not entitled to practice until restitution is made. This, however, isn't the attorney's first involvement in questionable situations, as he was arrested on Monday the 30th of March 2015 and charged with fraud. Information surrounding that case is that on September 15, 2007, a report was made to the police that Mr. Bailey was asked to act on behalf of a client in a property transaction. The property, valued at 25 million Jamaican dollars, was however allegedly transferred to another person without the owner's knowledge and consent. As a result, the police commenced the investigation and Bailey was subsequently arrested and charged. Bailey went on trial for fraud in 2017 after he was accused of defrauding St. Catherine businessman and land developer Stafford Dixon in a land deal. Prosecutors alleged that between 1995 and 1997, Mr. Bailey sold a 22-acre property in St. Catherine on behalf of Mr. Dixon. The land was developed into a housing scheme, but according to Mr. Dixon, he did not benefit from the sale. Mr. Dixon testified that he did not authorize the transfer of the property and that this was done by the attorney without his consent. In 2007, Mr. Dixon had filed a lawsuit against Bailey, seeking to recover $90 million he said was owed to him. Mr. Dixon claimed he should have received $105 million from the sale of the property, but only received $16 million from Mr. Bailey. He claimed the attorney reneged on a consent agreement signed in December of 2007 to pay over the balance of the money. Mr. Bailey had denied the allegations. In June of 2018, Bailey was freed of fraud-related charges in the case and was acquitted of conspiracy to defraud in the Kingston and St. Andrew Parish Court after the presiding judge ruled that there was no case for him to answer and upheld a no-case submission by his legal team. In making her ruling, the judge said there was no evidence of any conspiracy by Bailey and that the evidence of the complainant has been shattered beyond repair. Bailey, who was arrested and charged after the elderly Dixon complained to police investigators that he hired the well-known attorney to handle a land transaction and a joint venture housing development. However, according to the allegations, the project failed and Bailey forged a transfer certificate that caused Dixon to lose his 22-acre property and having to pay his prospective business partners over $28 million. After being acquitted, Mr. Bailey then filed a lawsuit seeking millions in damages against 4 defendants, including the government. The defendants were real estate agent Stafford Dixon, who was the complainant in the case against him, head of the fraud squad Superintendent Anthony McLaughlin, clerk of court Shanna Ormsby, and the Attorney General. Bailey explained that the clerk of court was sued for misfeasance because of the way the case was handled and suggested that the clerk did not seek guidance from the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions. Bailey was seeking damages against all the defendants for malicious prosecution, as well as special damages of $2.5 million. He was seeking damages against Superintendent McLaughlin and the Attorney General for false imprisonment. Bailey also sought aggravated damages. It was Bailey's contention that from the time he was arrested and charged to the time of his acquittal, he suffered anxiety, mental and emotional distress, sleep disturbance, loss of appetite, social withdrawal, demotivation, and demoralization. Bailey, who had been an attorney since 1977, said the incident had adversely affected his law practice. No, I am not certain how the lawsuit ended, as my research found nothing in relation to a ruling in that case. However, the most bizarre incident in relation to Bailey occurred on the 30th of September 2016, when the body of 51-year-old Jermaine Jr., also called Gully, was found with bullet and multiple stab wounds at Mr. Bailey's Barbican Road residence. Bailey reported to the police that Jr. was living at his residence for some time, and he found him dead in his living room. The cops recovered a spent shell and a knife at the scene. Mr. Jr. was found with more than a dozen stab wounds and a gunshot to the head in Bailey's living room. Police reports had stated that Mr. Bailey stumbled upon Jr.'s body about 4:30 a.m. that morning. The knife reportedly used to stab him was found beside the body. The police also said that there were no signs of forced entry to the premises. Incredibly, Bailey was almost immediately ruled out as a suspect and placed on bed rest by his doctor and client, Jepta Ford. Bailey had reportedly exhibited signs of being unwell after the murder, and Ford instructed that he should be confined to bed and told the police that he was not fit to give a statement at the time. The statement came approximately 2 weeks after the body was discovered. Our orders after consultation, he is not able to give a statement or to meet anybody at this time because of the delicacy of his condition, Dr. Ford said at the time. Ford further stated that Bailey was exhibiting signs of stress and that his condition was being monitored. He said that if Bailey's condition worsened, he would be hospitalized. Ford further stated that Bailey suffered a stroke in November of 2007 and that he suffers from slurred speech and a little bit of incoordination. The doctor said that by ordering Bailey to stay in bed, he was actually trying to prevent him suffering another stroke. We were hoping that everybody will understand and cooperate, he said. We fear that if not properly managed, we could end up with a situation that we certainly don't need, Ford said. No, in February of 2019, 2 men were held in connection with Junior's murder, but were later released. An email correspondence from the police said that Junior's killing had been linked to the Umbrella Gang, which operates mainly in Newlands, Portmore. In the matter of Jermaine Jr., investigations to date have discovered several leads, which, when explored, have proven futile. Statements have been recorded from Mr. Patrick Bailey, at whose home the incident took place, as well as a relative of Mr. Jr. It is theorized that members of the Umbrella Gang, which operates in the Portmore area, may have committed the murder. 2 persons linked to that gang were taken into custody and subsequently released, because there was no physical evidence or eyewitness linking them to the scene. Their fingerprints were taken, but did not match those from the scene, the JCF email said. The JCF email further stated that Mr. Patrick Bailey was interviewed a second time in May of 2018, based on information gleaned by investigators. The outcome of that session had not significantly impacted the investigation, the email read. The deceased was said to be a caretaker of the premises, something his family has since denied. Now, a relative of the deceased man told the Jamaica Observer in 2017 that Bailey and Junior became close after the attorney represented Junior in a court matter more than 20 years ago. The relative explained that Junior was shot multiple times by the police in Old Pasture, St. Andrew, after they received a report that a robbery had occurred in the area. The police believed they had matched the description given in the report. The relative said a lawsuit was filed, which Junior won. The relative said that the two developed a friendship and noted that Junior, who had become a United States citizen through marriage some years later, would occasionally visit Jamaica, then return to the US. He was visiting when he was murdered. Meanwhile, in February of 2021, the police said that they had not closed their probe into Junior's murder. In an update on the case on Monday, the 1st of February, at a police press conference, Deputy Commissioner of Police in charge of crime, Fitz Bailey, said the probe into the killing is ongoing. Well, the matter of Junior's murder case is ongoing. It is not yet closed, but the truth is we go by the evidence, and I don't think we have adequate amount of evidence to advance a criminal.
Well, let me say this to Jamaican people. As long as Andrew Holness is the Prime Minister of Jamaica, that case into Bailey is going to be ongoing. And it will never resolve under the administration of Andrew Holness. It will never, ever resolve. And I want to ask the DPP, right, that obviously, if the DPP is not going to work in collaboration with investigators to solve that case, right? To solve that case. And so then these are some sort of corruption that going on, which is explicitly clear to Jamaican people as it relates to how this administration corrupt the criminal justice system as it relates to the prosecutorial arm and the investigation arm. So the DPP, right, not moving on this case. And of course, we have seen now that Bailey has resigned and nothing done about this case. And as long as Andrew Holness being the Prime Minister of Jamaica, this case will never resolve. All right. So that is the end of my segment. And so then, wifey, I am going to turn over this segment to you. Right. Okay. Okay, that's
okay. Thank you so much for as usual thank you so much for your presentation. Really appreciate the work, the effort that you put into bringing the information to us each week.
Yes, good night, Pat.
Yeah, me heart full. Good night to everyone on the chat. My point is, Me most of the people over the other side and the court pan ISAT. But let me tell you something from the Prime Minister come down. Looking at no closet. If Isaac can't turn MP, you, the Prime Minister, is not a Prime Minister nor an MP neither. Looking at the whole out closet, you know, right? He was a young man, and him getting say man a problem. We are a little young and the things we will not do.
Exactly.
He go and he doing time and he rehabilitate and he come back to society and make positive impact on young people.
True.
Mighty God of Daniel.
That's
Leave
true.
the young man alone.
Exactly.
When Portia Simpson did take the half of him at the prison, that the people, the young people in the prison could have get a good prison. Rehabilitate, me can't chat some would themselves, some would have come out teacher, some would have come out lawyer, some would have come out a mechanic, some would have come out an engineer. Who not turn it down? Who not come off and we neck? You, Mr. Prime Minister, let me tell you something. You are privileged to be a Prime Minister, and we respect that. But the office where you sit down in, we pay you for sit down in there, not to thief with money. No, if you make a law to govern the country and swear, say, you will conscientiously uphold the law and integrity of the land, so help your God. So now that the thing reach a year foot, you want scrappy to suit yourself. Well, if that goes scrap to suit yourself, all of the other person where they are prison who get charged and record for can't get account for them money, you need to free them up before we go further. So all of who you send them America, if you send them in a scam, make America send them back. Okay, sir? So without that, no. We don't take certificates out of school. We keep the generation full. The governance of the country set up on three rocks. The legislative, the executive, and the jurisdiction. Now you put the country in a war. People, when we speak about war, it's not about gunshot and bomb. Three people around the country, right? You have the legislative, the executive, and the jurisdiction. Now the executive and the legislative in a war and put the jurisdiction in the middle to balance the scale. What exactly. I want to say to Mr. Brian Sykes and your team of judges and whatever is going to name. I'm not so right, you know. Do the right thing. No man is above the law. You, Miss Kamika Prince, you are going there and when people, everybody pass them out, cut the hair pass you. Do you have children? Do you have nieces and nephews? Do you have parents, grandparents, great-grandparents? Do the right thing. After you, Mr. Chuck and Mr. Allan at the parliament. Let me tell you something. You work on a thief, you know, a criminal, you know, no testicle, you know, no spine, to stand up in front of the Prime Minister and say, guess what? What is happening is wrong. It look bad in Jamaica, it look bad on the world side, so just step aside and allow the investigation to go on. That is democratic. Exactly. When you, the Prime Minister, are going to try to change law to suit yourself. When you did that, make it and sign up panic. You sign up a pound with the other people. But you know, no setting up coming your foot. You know, to crave man, you know, you crave and throw puppy. You are worth $5.5 million per year. With not only that, you get free care, you get free this, you get allowances. And a person will work $9,000 per week, or more than per year. When you hold them a thief, or you don't want to You know, murder them and send them to prison. You are what 9 million had. No, and you are still a thief. So what make you not figure out prison, sir? How are you? Where you come from? You know better than nobody else. Well, Mr. Sykes, Mr. Panton, and all of them in the world on him, who not do the right thing. No make nobody I see, no make nobody Muslim, no. Right? Nobody can use the only prime minister when coming at impose a parliament and put on gag upon people. Jamaica people we ban because of freedom. The 1st August 1838 we get free. We don't want nobody come gag we just fortunate to be a prime minister. Run the country the way to run. Not for your personal gain and benefit. You will get fat and we are get mad and we have to work hard. Brother Tappy, the next thing now not talk about Isaac Buchanan. Leave the young man alone, make him prosper. Find both money, give him. Both work hard. He come from a humble background. Give him money. You know, too wicked and cruel. And you know, over the nationwide, we sit down for the man name and I got talk about Isaac can cause him a ex-convict and he can represent people. Who no have not seen the cast the first stone? That's what we do. Leave the young man alone. And go clean out on no dirty closet. Right? And no poor people like myself, we can't barely find chicken back. Who no yard? Who no one dead one day? Who no pick the grandparents? Who no feel love no grandparents and want a government like this? Eh? Good, nice, clean-hearted labor rights. Because everybody can PMP. Looking at yourself. Asking yourself question. So what is this? The man met the legislation. Him and the opposition and he signed off on it. And he swear to uphold the law of the land. So help me God to serve conscientiously and whatever. So Allah, you not tell. And now that you come a year foot, you come, you want to go in there. That is why you're desperate. Me stick say pampas you want, you don't want no pampas. Me tell you what you want, nap you with the first time plastic bag in them. Who don't know me tell them about before we could have buy pampas. And nap you a plastic bag, yeah, you don't get. If you get any. Imagine, use your wife tap on her own mouth. So when she not got married, she have to turn the wedding in a fish fry. Which normal Jamaican people are going to marry and turn wedding a fish fry. When we not no money to make no big wedding, we get the pastor and 2 witnesses and we do it thing. And later we go buy something 1 year after and do something. But you only broke and papa around sister son, not my word. You know, turn no wedding in a fish fry. All of a sudden, you know, that's rich, so. Eh? You got a bank for bank want money. Them are call down people, police for you. Them are question you get it. And you have the forces to go a bank. Go get too much $1 million. Go back home without money. Eh? Berita is a ledge. Berita is a place where you put your money to go and get. They could give you that money also. They can allow you 50 million unsecured loan and them on a loan place. Jamaica work no yard. And all who have money in a Jamaican bank, no matter go draw them out. Currently, you know what you say, the bank system collapse. The next thing again, mistake, me not you hear, because you do over so. This man again, $20,000 in a tax reprieve. Me don't know who forget, but me not forget the $18,000. And along the $18,000 about people. $18,000 can buy zinc. It can buy this. And long it about me. So you come with a $20,000. I can't fight with that my $20,000 for you. When you have to put out the money after we. And that now going to frighten nobody. We are going to take you 20. We are going to take you 100. We are going to take you now. We are going to yam you. We are going to vote you out.
Yes.
You feel come out.
Yes.
Come
yes,
out.
man.
Never we country.
Yam them out and vote them out.
Cricket mash up. Football mash up. Cricket mash up. Every sport activity in Jamaica mash up. We not on the road. We not on the hospital. We not on the school. Man, come off away. How strong you say you are deputy prime minister and you can work a foreign country? Every time this man left the country, He not have no fortitude, not manners. He said to me, say, normally when me know how the Prime Minister go, announce it. The Prime Minister will be leaving with a delegate of X amount of person to such and such a place to have a meeting on the behalf of agriculture, whatever. And the Prime Minister and his or her delegation expected to be on the island at X time. And Mr. John Brown and Mr. John Brown will be in charge of the government. This man and just fly out, you're nothing. You fly out and when you're in a plane, you have to back expo, the damn ring and face, like your mama, your papa in by Jamaica, and will give you. But me tell you, when you be so, and when you want to put grievance in a people heart, and want to stir up a domestic war in this country, and you never win. You know what me never win? The soldier man, the police them, or looking at them come from poor, hungry family, and then I go turn up and watch kill off them people. Enough is enough. And Mr. Kevin Blake, you are the head of JCDF, and calling upon the lady of the JDF, who no come together and do something before it is too late. Do something, and you all is not one Jamaica. In here, but the title, in no money, right? In charge, then like I will like tidy them pound with them, dig out the place, then do everything, then can investor come here hungry like a dog, pay with nickel and nothing for we wear this. We sit with the hospital with the pan chair, with the pan floor, we spit in the now get like good teaching at school. What is not this? You can't get a good road for drive, but I'm not collect people money. And I can't start for people and give them 20,000, like we fight for 20,000 together. We go and take you 20,000 like enough for you like and we are going near me, and we are going to shit you out, and we are going to vote you out.
All right.
Right? It hurt me, it burned me. We don't come out for Isaac, no kill nobody. He make a mistake and hide like you in town. And he becomes a permanent liar. Right? So once he becomes a permanent liar, he can't go anywhere because it's not illegal. Leave him alone because I don't know, say, I got to go slap on his Portland. I got to make a difference in the country. He must make we can't sleep with the door and we window open. He must make we can't go football game. He must make we people can't walk around and people afraid to look on them in a negative way. He must bring back the education system and make people can learn and have knowledge. Right? He must bring back the country not gone away, we can't come back. Get rid of the one is and from who no labor right. We're in there. So have me a beg me to do something. When you go in a personal home, stand up before no dresser and look on yourself and ask yourself this question: is this worth it? Does my name go down in a history in this dirty way? He said, in the year of 2024, I was a minister of government when this happened to the country. Who get up, who can't do something, who can't vote and no confident in this man. They can go one time and go fix up in business. Eh? Who is a disgrace, who is a wicked, who no curry and got what deal, we don't know one. Colonel Charles Jr. or tell you people to give up to people in a St. Thomas land. Right? When you have 16 year executive member from people paper, 16-year-old can go land. We don't buy land for $1 the land you can't think we are idiot. We don't go. Oh, me and my people and my grandparents, I want the best for them for every Jamaica. We want back the country. We want make people look back at the gem of the Caribbean again. It can happen, and it will happen, and it will happen. And the Mark Jefferson Golden
Team, sir.
Isaac Bucket and the whole team. And I yield back.
All right. Blessed. Yes, what a conviction tonight. I tell us, my sister come out strong, you know. Yeah, man, my sister come out strong, man, and take out the whip and wheel the whip. You understand? Well, sister, bless up yourself. Right? Bless up yourself, my sister. Right? And make sure you have a wonderful weekend. All right, Sister Pat, love you. You know, sir, Mystic Sensation, love your body now. All right, so that was it from Pat, a conviction there, right? So yes, OIFE, let me hand over Jeopardy to hand over to you, right, and begin Jeopardy.
All right, so guys, thank you again so much. It's Friday. We really appreciate you being here. You could have been elsewhere, but you chose to be with us. And as I always say, we do not take that for granted. So thank you so much. Thank you to those who have been here from the beginning. Thank you to those who joined along the way. And thank you for those who are just joining. Really appreciate each and everyone joining the movement. Right, guys? So we are going to go into Jeopardy. So we're going to be playing for credit. The person with the most points gets $1,000 credit, Digicel or Flow, and then we will have 4 runners up, $500 each, Digicel or Flow. Let me just go ahead and share the template. Take that off. And I will remove the logo so you can see the categories fully. So tonight's categories are Jamaican riddles, name the logo, stormy weather, mathematics, and Caribbean flags. So as usual, throw out a category, and the first one that I see is the one that I'm going to start with. So category and for how many points. Right. Okay, so Tiffany starting with Jamaican riddles, and that is for 300 points. Yeah, 300 points. It has a head, it has a mouth, but it can't wear hat and not have no teeth.
That's one like Kanjo.
It has a head, it has a mouth, but it can't wear hat and not have no teeth. What is it? Remember, when you're answering the question, you answer in the form of a question. If it's a place or thing, then it's what is. If it's the name of a person, then it is who is, and then the answer. And we are not going to delete tonight. We're going to go through quickly. All right, I see the answer that I am looking for, and it is what is a river. So a river has a head, it has a mouth, but it can't wear hat, and it don't have any teeth. And that is for 300 points. So let's see who came in with those 300 points. And remember, guys, you have to refresh the chat to see the order in which the answers came in. So first on the board is Tiffany, then Truck Life, Reggae Girl, Don Mel, and Natsel. Welcome, welcome. Happy Friday. 300. So she's continuing with riddles for 400. Oh, double. So double your point. So that's 400. 400. So it's gonna be 800. So it's damp and deep. Anyone can sleep in it. It's damp and deep. Anyone can sleep in it.
Damp and deep. Anyone can sleep in it.
Okay, and that is actually supposed to be a double score, not double your points. I wrote it in there incorrect. In my book, it's supposed to be the double score. Sorry. It's double your score, that one. And so 400 points is going to be added, and then it's going to be double for whoever gets it anyway. So it's double your score, that one there. I'll have to correct it on the template later. All right, so damp and deep, anyone can sleep in it. All right, let's see. All right, I see the answer that I am looking for, and it is, what is a grave? So it's damp, it's deep, and anyone can sleep in it, no matter your age, your color class, or creed. Everybody going to sleep in it at some point in time. So that is for 400 points, and then it's gonna be doubled, so 800. If it's added to somebody's score, then the overall score is gonna be doubled. All right, so let me refresh and see. So David, for 800 points.
What? David done 800 points?
Yeah, then Dorothy also got it, and Reggae Girl also got it. So David, choose the next category and for how many points?
All right. Ooh.
All right, so David is saying reduced for 500, so it's continuing with it. Inside the shell is a cup. Inside the cup is a bite. Inside the bite is a sup. So inside the shell is a cup. Inside the cup is a bite. Inside the bite is a sup. What is it? All right, I see the answer. As I said, no delays tonight, and it is a coconut. So its answer is a coconut, and that is for 500 points. So let's see who picked up those 500 points. Refresh. Truck Life, 500 points. Then David, Tiffany, Don Mel. That's how the answers came in. So choose the next category and for how many points.
So the score as it is, Tiffany on 300 points, Truck Life 500 points, and David 800 points.
Where is Andrew fall off already? All right, so Truck Life is saying logo for 500. Ricardo was here earlier. I don't know. Maybe let's see for this at work. Okay, logo for 500.
You soon see Oreo cheesecake.
That's the already has the name. Name the company that uses that logo. So name the company that uses that logo. Remember the spelling counts. Let me check my spelling as a matter of fact. Bless up, Bolo. Happy Friday.
Yeah, Bolo, big up yourself.
Okay. All right, I was just checking the spelling, guys. All right, and I see the answer that I am looking for, and it is what is Under Armour, and it is the correct spelling, and that is for 500 points. So let's see who came in with the response and has the correct spelling. David for 500 points. Truck Life spelling off, but Andrew, Dorothy spelling also off for Andrew. So Dorothy, Ransford Smith also got that, but spelling's a bit off, left off the U. All right, so David is saying stormy weather for 100. Spinning cloud with a funnel shape. What do you call the spinning cloud with a funnel shape? What is the weather called? spinning cloud with a funnel shape. All right, I see the answer that I am looking for, and it is, what is a tornado? So tornado, and that is for 100 points. Let's see who picked up those 100 points. David for 100, and Truck Life, Andrew,
100 points
there, yeah, Natsel, Dunmel, okay, corrected that. Darth, Reggae Girl, that's how the answers came in, and he's keeping it weather for 200. Large, powerful storm that occurs over large bodies of water. Large, powerful storm that occurs over large bodies of water. What do you call that? Great, I see the answer that I am looking for, and it is, what is a hurricane? So a hurricane is a powerful storm that occurs over large bodies of water. So let's see, and that is for 200 points. So let's see who first came in with the correct response. David.
Much.
200. Then Andrew, just right behind him. Natsel, Tiffany, Reggae Girl. That's how the answers came in. So it's going back to logo for 100. Oops. Which company uses that logo? Which company uses that logo? All right, I see the answer that I'm looking for, and it is, what is Target? So Target store uses that logo. It's like a big bullseye. All right, so let's see who first came in with the correct response. Let me refresh. David, Tiffany.
How much for that for David?
100. Truck Life, Natsel, Andrew, Reggae Girl, Don Mel, Monica. So it's keeping Jamaican Riddles for 100. Go up white and come down yellow. What is it? It goes up white and comes down yellow. What is it? It goes up white and comes down yellow. It goes up white and comes down yellow. Alright, I can give you a clue. So you can fry it, you can boil it, you can scald it. That's the clue I'm giving you. All right, I see the answer now that I'm looking for, and it is, what is egg? I don't make up these riddles. They're there. That's their answer. So it's an egg. So that's for 100 points. All right, so let's see who picked up those 100 points. David and Tiffany, Truck Life, Andrew, Monica, Hyacinth, what's up? Trish, so came in with the answer. All right, so choose the next category, David, and for how many points?
Score as it is. Tiffany on 300 points. Truck Life 500 points. David on 1,800 points.
Logo for 400. Which company uses that logo? Everybody run out. Everybody run out. All right. Let's see. All right, I see the answer that I'm looking for, and it is what is Pizza Hut, and that is for 400 points. So let's see who picked up those 400 points. Okay, so it started there. Chuck Life, what you spelling? David. David. That is for 400 points. Then Natsel, Tiffany, Reggae Girl, Don Mel, Ransford, David, thank you, Chuck Life for the arrow. Monica, that's how the answers came in. Good girl. All right, so choose the next category, David, and for how many points? Let's see on this one. One more. Okay. All right, choose the next category and for how many points. Let me just see if I should check this. This chart is. Choose the next category, David, and for how many points? Logo for 300. All right. Everybody run out. Which company uses this logo? Everybody run out. All right, I see the answer, and it is what is Netflix. So Netflix, and that is for 300 points. So let's see who first came in with the car. David, is your Delco plant working good tonight? your Delco and the internet working in harmony. Oh my goodness. So David, Truck Life, so David 300 points. Andrew, Natsel, Reggae Girl, Tiffany, logo for 200. To the same internet firing on him fingers. Okay, logos for 200. Everybody run out. Which company uses that logo? Everybody run out. All right, I see the answer that I am looking for. So let's reveal, and it's Amazon, as everybody knows, and that is for 200 points. So let's see who picked up those 200 points. David, 200 points. Then Truck Life, Andrew, your fingers are very nimble tonight. Natzel, Reggae Girl, Monica. So the answers came in. All right, so he is going for the last riddle there for 200. Why did I do that? Which finger you eat and then lick your finger? Which finger you eat and then lick your finger? I didn't make it up. Which finger you eat and then lick your finger? Which finger you eat and then lick your finger? Let me see what else gonna come up. All right, so you all need a clue. In order to get it, it has to shoot. So in order to get it to eat, it has to shoot and then become fit. You eat it, and after you eat it, you lick your finger. All right, I see the answer. And it's a finger of banana. So finger is already there, so banana is the answer. So which finger you eat and then lick your finger. I didn't make it up. All right, and that is for 200 points. So let's see who picked up those 200 points. David, then Truck Life, Monica, and that's that's how the answers came in. It wasn't me, David. All right, choose the next category and for how many points? Choose the next category and for how many points? Okay, it's going back into weather for 300. Water overflow that is caused by a large amount of rainfall. Water overflow that is caused by a large amount of rainfall. Oh my goodness. The phone not working with your device not working with your done minute. Keep changing what you type in. All right, I see the answer that I'm looking for, and it is what is a flood. So large amount of rainfall causes overflow, that is a flood. And that is for 300 points. So let's see who picked up those 300 points. Natzel. N-A-T-Z-E-L-L-E.
N-A-T-Z-E-L-L-E. Natzel. How much points?
300. Then Truck Life, David, Monica, Tiffany, she corrected that. All right. David said how much him they think can go back to work.
Okay. So the score as it is, Tiffany on 300 points, Natzel 300 points, Chuck Life 500 points, and David 2,900 points.
Okay, now so choose the next category, and for how many points you can write SW for stormy weather, or just M for maths, or CF for Caribbean flags. And then the amount that you want it for. Okay, 400 stormy weather. Another name for a hurricane. Now there are several other names. Whichever one of the other name I see first, that person is gonna get it. There are several other names that you can call them. You can call a hurricane. So as I said, it's several other names. So whichever the first one of the many names that I see, that person will get the points. All right, and I see a couple of them there. And the possible answers are a typhoon, cyclone, tornado, storm, tropical storm, or a tempest. All right, so let's see. Let me just refresh. David, cyclone, then 400 points.
For David?
Yeah. So then typhoon, typhoon, cyclone, tropical storm. So basically put different names that it can be called. All right, so choose the next category, and for how many points, David? Okay, it's completing weather for 500. Name the hurricane, and it's a double point answer. Name the hurricane that blew over Jamaica on August 28, 2008. What was the name of that hurricane? So August 28, 2008. And it's for 1,000 points. Right, I see the answer that I'm looking for, and it is Gustav. It was Hurricane Gustav that passed over Jamaica in 2008, and that is for 1,000 points. So let's see the lucky person. All right. Okay. So, Andrew, 1,000 points. They run on the board large. So Andrew, 1,000 points. So choose the next category, and for how many points. And we also, Chuck Life also came in, and David, Tiffany. Choose the next category, and for how many points. We have 2 categories left on the board. Okay, flags for 500. Name the Caribbean country to which this flag belongs. Name the Caribbean country to which that flag belongs. Countries. Countries. Welcome, welcome, Daniel. Happy Friday. All right, I see the answer that I am looking for, and it is what is St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and that is for 500 points. So let's see who picked up those 500 points. So David, Then Truck Life. No, didn't finish that properly. Grenadines, make sure that's spelled correctly. St. Vincent. Okay. Andrew. Monica, Natsel. So the answers came in, and David is running over to Matt for 100. If a dog team's average running speed is 17 kilometers per hour, they would be expected to travel this amount of kilometers after 5 hours of running. So if a dog team's average running speed is 17 kilometers per hour, they would be expected to travel this amount of kilometers after 5 hours of running. Right, colors are in. I see the answer that I am looking for, and it is what is 85 kilometers, so 17 per hour, and they ask about 5 hours, so that times 5 is equal to 85 kilometers, and that is for 100 points. Let's refresh. Let's see who first came in with the correct response. Ricardo. For 100 points.
Ricardo there.
He was there from earlier. Then Truck Life, Tiffany, Dunmel, Reggae Girl, Daniel, Monica. Yeah, everybody came in. All right, so Ricardo is continuing with maths for 200. If a sled dog can pull, that's supposed to be pull 40 kilograms of weight, a team of 6 dogs can pull this amount of weight. So if one sled dog can pull 40 kilograms of weight, a team of 6 dogs can pull this amount of weight. All right, I see the answer that I'm looking for, and it is 240 kilograms. So 40, which one pulls, and they ask about 6. So 40 times 6 equal 240 kilograms. Right? So let's see who picked up those 200 points. All right. Truck Life for 200. Then Natzel, Reggae Girl, Tiffany, Danielle, Monica, Ricardo, Reggae Girl, and he's continuing with math for 300. The length of a garden is 4 times its width. So the length of a garden is 4 times its width. The length measures 60 meters, then the width is, so if the length measures 60 meters, what is the width? Think about it, guys. So remember, it is 4 times its width. The length is 4 times its width. And if the length is 60 meters, that means it's bigger than the width. So what is the width of the garden? All right, I see the answer that I am looking for. And it is 15. So the length of the garden is 4 times the width. So it's 60 meters, which means it's bigger than the width of the garden, the length. So then you will have to divide that 60 by 4. So the width is 15. Right? So the width is 15 meters. Right? So let's see who picked up those 300 points. Truck Life, 300.
300?
Then Monica, Naxel, Ricardo, Dunmel. Truck Life is keeping its math for 400, and it's another double point answer. All right, every 5 rows of flowers need 25 liters of water, and 70 grams of fertilizer each day. The garden has 40 rows of flowers, therefore it will need this much fertilizer per day. So every 5 rows of flowers need 25 liters of water. So every 5 rows gets 25 liters of water and 70 grams of fertilizer each day. The garden has 40 rows of flowers, therefore it will need this much fertilizer per day. All right, I see the answer that I am looking for. So it's going to be 800 points for this answer, and it is 560 grams of fertilizer each day. Because if you have 40 rows and you need, it's 5 rows each that get the 70 grams of fertilizer each day. So what you're going to figure out how many 5 rows are in 40. So 40 divided by 5 is 8. So you have 8 rows of 5. And then you're going to multiply the 8 by the 70, or the 70 by the 8 to get the 560. All right. So that is for 800 points. All right, so Truck Life, 800 points. Then Natbel, Ricardo, just came in. Is what? All right, choose the next category and for how many points? Okay, it's finishing up math. Dogs use lots of calories while pulling a sled. If a 25-kilogram sled dog uses 12,500 calories per day and an adult man uses 2,500 calories per day, the sled dog uses this times more calories. So it uses this times more calories. So dogs use lots of calories while pulling a sled. If a 25-kilogram sled dog uses 12,500 calories per day and an adult man uses 2,500 calories per day, the sled dog uses this times more calories. All right, I see the answer that I am looking for. That is 500. So 500 points, and the answer is 5. So you're going to divide the 12,500 by the 2,500 to get the 5. So the sled dog used 5 times more calories than the adult man. All right, so that's how you came up with the answer. All right, so let's see who picked up those 500 points. Okay, so it started here. Truck Life, then Natsel, Reggae Girl, Tiffany, Donmel. That's how the answers came in. All right, so we are down to just the flag, so just need to put just the amount, the points in the chat. So for 100, everybody run out. Everybody run out. All right, see the answer, and we all know that is the Jamaican flag. So let's see who first came in, and that is for 100 points. Truck Life for 100, and everybody else came in.
So the score as it is, Ricardo on 100 points. Not Zealand 300 points, Stephanie 300 points, Andrew 1,000 points, Short Life 2,400 points, and David 3,800 points.
You're gonna say 100 is still the make up of Short Life is 200. That's disgusting. All right, to which country does this flag belong? Which Caribbean country uses that flag? All right, I see the answer I'm looking for, and it is St. Lucia, and that is for 200 points. So let's see who picked up those 200 points. Ricardo, 200. Reggae Girl, Dunmel, Natsel. How many points do you want, Ricardo? All right, move up a little bit. Which country uses that flag? Which Caribbean country uses that flag? All right, I see the answer that I'm looking for, and it's the Bahamas. So what is the Bahamas? And that is for 300 points. So let's see who picked up those 300 points. Ricardo, 300. 300. Then Reggae Girl, Dunmel, Andrew, Ricardo. I guess you have it twice. Let me see, make sure. Okay, spelling is there. Ransford, Tiffany, Reggae Girl. All right. 400, so it's the last one, so I'm just going to reveal it. Everybody run out. Which country uses that flag? Which country does that flag belong to? All right, I see the answer that I'm looking for, and it is Haiti. So that is the flag of Haiti, and that is for 400 points. So let's see who picked up those 400 points, and the board is empty. Let's see. Ricardo, 400. Then Truck Life, Reggae Girl, Andrew, Natsel, Tiffany.
What is it? The board is empty?
Board empty. All right, that's how the answers came in. So congratulations to all the participants who were able to answer. Congratulations to all the winners. Thank you guys for participating. Really appreciate it. After insightful discussion, then we go into just having some fun and games while still learning and earning some credits. So thank you guys so much. Barna, you put your mouth for Ricardo, making come out from 100th Street. Oh my
Okay,
goodness.
hold on. We have two ties. You have two ties between Tiffany and Natseli. You have to answer one question.
No, they don't. You just give 1/3 and 1/4.
No, because we have 2,000, 1,000. So we can't do that again.
Let me see what you're talking about. 1 sec, guys.
We have 1,000 and 300.
So you have 1,000 and 300.
So if I put the 1,000, so only 1,300 they're going to need. So
One person have to
Exactly.
answer. Okay, so between Tiffany and Natsel, because both of you are tied at 300 for the 5th place, which is the
so they have to answer.
what is it? No, it's 5 or 6. What you mean by that? Hold on. Yeah, it's 5 or 6 place. Yeah, so between you and Natsel, let me see if Natsel is. Let me just bring up another template. Hold on, let me just go back for a previous template. Let me see. Just gonna choose a random template. Let me see what they're saying. All right, so this is just between Tiffany and Natsel. So let me put up the template. Okay, this one. All right. So these are the categories: synonyms, Jamaican civics, name the logo, famous Jamaicans, name the country. So choose. So choose a category and for how many points. And the first one that I see between Natsel and Tiffany, I will reveal that question and you answer. Is Natsel still there? And Tiffany? All right, name the country for 100. All right, so let me reveal that one. So name the country for 100. So name the country that uses that flag. Name the country that uses that flag. Oh, so internet not loading. Okay, it's loaded. She answered. Where's Tiffany? Okay. All right. See. All right, I see the answer. And it is, drum roll, South Korea. And that is for 100 points. So let me stop sharing that. So Natsel won.
Natsel?
Yeah, South Korea. Tiffany, good game. So that is that went to Natsel.
And what's the points for that?
100. So it's just gone to 400.
So, all right, there we have it. For number 5th place, we have Natzel coming in at 400 points. Andrew, 4th place, coming at 1,000. Ricardo, 1,000. Second place, Chuck Life, 2,400. And the box stopped with David at 3,800 points.
All right, so congratulations to everyone. Natzel, I do not have a number for you, I don't think. Oh, she said I'm half Korean. She gets it so fast. Okay. Well, congratulations and thank you so much for joining the fun and games. All right, so I'm gonna put the number in the chat and I'm gonna let it stream again across the screen. I'm Natzel. So what you're gonna do, you're gonna message me on that WhatsApp number that's streaming across the screen, and you are gonna send me the number that you want me to send the credit. It's Jamaican credits, so Digicel or Flow. If you're not in Jamaica and you know somebody who has a Jamaican number, you can donate it, as well as you can let me give her a number for me. Okay, so you can donate it to someone in the chat. So are you saying you're giving it to Reggae Girl? Is that what you're saying from what I'm reading there? Not sure. Okay. I said she won as soon as she. Okay. All right. So what are you doing with message on IG? Okay, David, I will check. I did see your message and I did that today. I hope you saw it. All right. So Natalie is saying, Reggae Girl, mommy, give her a number for me tomorrow. Okay, you will give me. Okay, all right, no problem, Reggae Girl. All right, so we have come to the end. And again, thank you guys so much. Really appreciate each and every one. Thank you for your continued support. Thank you for joining the movement for a better Jamaica, for good governance and country where everyone can benefit. So remember, a Reason with Rottigan tomorrow at 2 p.m. Jamaican time and 3 p.m. New York time. Sorry, Don Mel is reminding. And also we return on Tuesday, and there's going to be town hall with Reggae Dub Scene on Sunday. So make sure you tune in, and then they'll have Titans on Thursday. Then we're back on Friday again. So we are on Tuesdays and Fridays. And remember to tune into all the platforms that are spreading the message, holding the government accountable for good governance and a better Jamaica. All right. So thank you so much. Again, really appreciate each and every one. So safe travel on the gravel. Until next time. Oh, and remember Reggae Global Radio on Sunday. Let me just
Yes, I hit this. I selected up on the hit list when OJLDF presents an epic fundraiser in a tune for tune border class style. DJ Kevin Stu versus Wayne Lonesome the Renegade, taking place live on Reggae Global Radio October 6, 2024 from 6 to 10 p.m. Early warm-up juggling by Glamour Wayne. Enough celebrity judges. Don't miss the one, ya. Woolly pa fun, boy, ya. Log on to reggaeglobalradio.com.
You all.